Hello, hello. The ads are out of the way, and I have arrived. Hello, hello. Good morning. Testing, says Dingus Mortimus. Any mods in the chat, says Boo Radley. Nah, I don't. Yeah, no, I don't see any. Yeah, me neither. No mods. The Lawless Society. Hello, Beats. Hello. What's up, Grot? Welcome on in. Not feeling great. I think I'm. Oh, I got deleted. I think you said you were sick in the whatchamajiggy, so hope you're feeling better. I feel you there though. Something's definitely going around. Hello, Beats. Yo, Andrew, what's up, dude? How you doing? Unsatisfied. What up, dude? How you doing? Everyone's just piling in. I don't know if you could tell, still a little low energy, still working through some stuff, but we're just gonna keep pushing, you know. Gonna keep going. Won't be here for a long time. No worries. Ooh, there's a YouTube crowd today. Yeah, we've been having more and more YouTube people. Also, Thunder, yo, what's up, dude? Been a while. How you doing? Always good to have a Thunder here. Just wanted to check by. Yeah, dude. Appreciate you being here. You haven't seen a YouTube crowd in a while. I mean, you know, Grot's usually there, and Tuna's been here a bit, and, you know, Unsatisfied, and who's Sean the Pawn will be on YouTube sometimes. YouTube crowd, let's go. But all instantly, that's kind of a lot, like a, you know, good number of YouTube people for sure. It's 4, oh, sorry, I thought it was AM for a second, 4:35 PM, so not in the morning, but still. Well, yeah, happy whatever time zone you're in. Boom. Shakalaka, yeah, sir. Yeah, yes, sir, I am doing well, thank you. Thank, not thank you, thank. Just thank. Good. I'm glad. It's 6:30 AM here. Dang. I guess that makes sense though. But yeah. Welcome on in. How's everyone doing today? What are you all up to? We're probably gonna be drawing some cards today. We drew this one last time. This effect might be too powerful, or most beep boop. What's up, dude? We might have to change. It's not so much that this isn't balanced necessarily, but it beats out Planes, which maybe means Planes needs to be better, but if we don't care about there being weaker cards that exist, then it's kind of like whatever. So I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. I mean, it's 2 to 4 units per turn most games. Yeah, it's a good amount, but it's not like it's beating out. It's supposed to be for God of Magic. Like, it's supposed to be like a nice land for them, but it does mean Planes need some reworking potentially, or I don't know. We'll have to think about that. Basically, everything beats Planes. Yeah. I'm doing good, thank you. I'm taking a day to reflect on my goal as a game dev. Dude, I 100% feel that. I think that's like been going around lately. I feel like everyone's kind of like kind of struggling to figure out what they're doing, you know what I mean? I've been dealing with internal fear for a while, and my friend of mine recommended to just spend a day think where I am emotionally. Dude, it's literally been going around. I'm telling you. I was like watching Chirpy's stream a while ago, and he was like trying to figure out what he was doing with his stuff, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing with my stuff. I think Mosta was talking about that too. How's the best TCG guy? Speaking of Mosta, right? I'm doing pretty swell. Not, I mean, you know, actually, I'm struggling a bit too. But you know, doing as well as I can, right? It's nice. I'm happy now that all y'all are here and boosting my spirits, you know. But I also just, you know, sometimes you're like, oh, how you doing? I'm doing great. It's like, nope, that's a program response. Let's actually think, how am I doing? You know? It's way too powerful with Gotta Match It. Not necessarily, because he's only drawing one extra card. It can be a lot, but I don't think it's necessarily the worst. There might be like some sort of stipulation on here, like maybe it loses units per turn, and then you have to have extra card draw or something, but we'll figure it out. I think it's okay to have some broken stuff in the beta, and we can kind of go from there. You know what I mean? Okay, let me catch up. There's like 3 nice situations where plane beats land X, and those almost always losing games. I was kind of thinking of doing planes in a way where it's like for each planes you have, you gain an additional unit. So like there could be a strategy where you have a bunch of planes in your deck, but that doesn't work if with the current deck building rules of having a limited number of cards. So I don't know. It's not a book, it's a feature. There you go. Glad to hear I'm not alone in this front, dude. It's just going around. It's I think everyone's struggling right now. I don't know why. Because of the season, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, dude, it's always like that. You gotta thug it out, true. You gotta move forward regardless, exactly. That's what I'm trying to do, at least, you know? I'm doing that too, and trying to, and getting flack recently. That's why I say I'm well, as in physically. Yeah, right. It's like I'm alive. I'm here. I'm pushing, but emotionally, you know, just you know, trying to keep pushing, you know, as much as I can. Hear me out. When you draw a card, you can choose to gain 2 units instead of drawing the card. So I dig up the value of a card is more than 2 units IMO. I mean, in theory, it's around 3, right? Because that's what it costs for getting it with Mage's Tower, right? You can discard a card and gain 3 units. But this isn't necessarily like you're losing the card forever, right? I think that actually could be cool. Because it's just you're not drawing the card instead. It's not like you're taking the card and throwing it from your card into your discard pile. It's like instead of drawing the card, I can gain a unit or 2 units or whatever. So you can kind of balance whether or not you're getting what value you're getting out of card draw. Because you might have like 10 cards in your deck because you have so much card draw, and then you have one of these lands. You'd be like, okay, I don't need more cards. I just need some units. So I think that could actually be kind of cool. Yeah, is a good way to put it. Yeah, right. I'm just feeling like I'm happy with you know, all the stuff we've been doing. I'm proud of the game. You know, the YouTube channel is could be doing better, but I'm still happy with it. You know, I'm proud of all the stuff I've been doing. But that's just not to say like I'm really making money off of it, right? So that's stressful, and Just a lot of life stuff, you know. But I'm happy to have, you know, y'all here, and I'm very thankful for that. So, yeah, that's what's going on with me. There's a lot of external stuff that's like hard to control. So yeah, been a little tough otherwise, but I am happy to be working here and happy to have y'all on today, you know, hanging out with me. I'm trying to explain something, but I can't words it, so I'm gonna take like 2 messages. No worries, dude. Wait, no, I got it. The value of the card in your hand is slightly less than the value of drawing a new card. But I get how to quantify that. Yeah, honestly, that's like one of the things we've been talking about is like, how many units is everything worth? Like, is a card in your yeah, it's like how much is a card in hand is worth 2 in the bush, as they say, you know. No, but yeah, like, you know, a card is worth how many units? You know, an attack, how many units is that worth? Like, how many units is any action worth? Which is obviously like not necessarily like something you can technically do, but like how many, but a card, discarding a card is worth a certain amount more than not drawing a card, if that makes sense, right? Hang in there, Beats. Sending love from a different time zone as always. Thank you, dude. I really appreciate it. Means a lot. Mind if I put a picture of the first garlics I picked? I was worried they were not going to turn out, but they ended up massive. Yeah, I would love to see your art form, right? Like we've got plenty of people sharing different arts, and if your art is your art is your farming, I suppose, right? So we would love to see it. Hello, Sean the Pawn. Knows a lot of Dawn with Fawn and Yawns and something like that. How you doing today? Like 3 units for any one card in your hand is pretty good, but when Mage's Tower, you pick the most useless card you have, but for Valley, you'd have to squander the opportunity of seeing a card. Yeah, it's like, it's worth different, right? It's not worth the same. With Mage's Tower, you might have to get rid of cards that you want as well. Right? Or, like I said, if you have an excess of card draw, if you're building around that, again, it's going to be deck building, right? So you, in theory, you should already have 3 card draw to start because you're playing God of Magic. By the way, we did do, we added something to the God of Magic, which is that they can remove 4 units. I don't know if this is broken or not, but we're trying it. You remove 4 units from this god and place one of your spells from your discard pile back into your deck and then reshuffle. It's weird. Might be broken. The number of units probably has to be different, but I'd rather start with a lower number of units and then have to like, then, because if it's a low number of units, people will actually use it, and if it's too broken, then we can increase the number of units or change the cost or whatever. But I think it's interesting. It could even be like remove a card, right? Like discard a card instead. I don't know, we'll see, but it is interesting. Have you ever played Root? I have not. I did see the thing you posted of it. It did look kind of cool. I'll have to look into it though. It seemed kind of cool. Well, no, you never have to get rid of cards. you want. Mage's Tower's ability is always stronger than get units instead of card draw. I suppose. I still think if you have like 10 cards in your hand, you know what you want to play, you don't necessarily need more cards. There's some situations where that happens. Mage's Tower, sometimes you will not have to sacrifice cards, but you're like, I need to keep this alive, so I'm going to, you know, throw away some cards. But I see what you're saying, Maximus. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but it is a better balance mechanic than just getting the units for free, I think, but I'm not entirely sure. I really like Magic's ability, but it could even be triggered. Effect IMO. Like it happens every time you play a spell. Since the deck is so big, you may never see the spells anyway. But magic is more likely to happen. Magic is more likely to happen anyway. Yeah, I mean, in theory, the deck would be smaller if you're doing deck building. So we kind of got to figure it out. I was thinking of maybe doing it a triggered effect as well. I did have that. That did occur to me. But in theory, the deck will also be smaller. So it's interesting. It's a very cute game with little animals going to war in a forest. 10 out of 10 would recommend. I'll definitely have to check it out. Because you have 10 cards in your hand and you don't want to draw more cards. Just draw 2 cards. And then the worst cards in your hand with Mage's Tower. Well, you could maybe make it in such a way that, like, if you have more valleys, you in theory gain. I see what you're getting at, but you could have it so it's more of a triggered effect. I don't know how that would work. I see what you're getting at. I don't know. We'll have to think about it. We'll have to see how it plays, but yeah, I mean, I'd be assuming you have Mage's Tower. You can have more valleys in your deck in theory, but or you could do something like instead, when you discard a card, you gain X number of units, which would be like a triggered effect version, right? So like it would trigger with Mage's Tower, so that instead when you discard a card, this also triggers, and then you get more units. That could be a cool way of doing it. So it's instead a synergy with Mage's Tower instead of, you know, whatever. Or we could just leave it as is. When you draw a card, you gain units. I don't know. Actually, Mage's Tower is much stronger. We already read that. Here as well for double ad reference. Woo! Double ads. Woo! I freed Bezos and Google at the same time. Not freed. Feed Bezos and Google at the same time. Wow, look at that. Woo! These, I don't know your thought of this, but a max hand size, maybe. Oh yeah, whenever anything makes a card go into this card pile, give you units. Like a mix of destruction and magic. Yeah. Oh, it could be interesting. Okay, first of all, we have to share something. Thunder wants to show his garlic. You don't know. Thunder has his own farm stuff. I don't know if you're a farmer by trait, but or if that's just your side gig, but look at this garlic. Look at this big old garlic. Looks delicious. This is his stuff. If anyone has any art or literally anything they want to share that's stream appropriate, feel free to share. Obviously, I only can show so much. You can't like send me like 30 things and I'll but if you want to show something, feel free. I know I have an art redeem, an art review kind of deal. And like I said, this is Thunder's art. But yeah, nice work, dude. Looks delicious. Mix of Destruction Magic, yeah. I have like 300 of them waiting to be picked and cured. Ship them off to me. Send me some. I'm just kidding. Can I show you off my 5K page manuscript? No. I mean, you can. I won't read it all. But I could read part of it. I could read the first few sentences. But yeah, that could be cool too, right? Like when a card is discarded as a triggered effect, gain X units. It'd be much less consistent, but kind of cool, right? Ooh, guess who's knocking at the door? Who is it? Yeah. You're gonna get scooped up. You're gonna get scooped up, nerd. Oh. Here, kitty kitty. There's Luna. Everyone say hi to Luna. Ugh. Never met a cat I didn't like. Al. Al has not met my cousin's cats. There you go. Yeah, there are cats that are not nice for sure. But yeah, something this card will be something along that flavor. I don't know if this is it or not, but for now we can leave it. Maybe we'll change stuff out. And remember Al the alien? Nom nom nom. I do remember of its. I do know of its existence, but I have never actually watched the show. He eats cats. Ah, yes. I was gonna say I thought he hated cats or something. It's like no, he eats them. There you go. Wild. Really like the idea floated around about Valley, the base thing, the idea Grot had. All the ideas. Oh, all the yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I should write them down at the very least, right? They could all be their own cards, right? Like maybe Valley's this, maybe we have another card that triggers off of whatever. I mean, we can make all of them, right? There's nothing stopping us at this point. What do we say? A triggered effect that grants units when a card is discarded. And then Grot said, what is it? A card when or I guess you may choose not to draw a card and gain X units. They're all doable, right? We can do all of them. Here's a spell idea for a God of Destruction. Annihilate. Choose a type of card, monster, and monster, ruins, wasteland. all god cards of that, all the god cards of that type die, and all the player cards of that type take 3 damage. It would probably have to kill both. But you know, I draw cards for one turn. A set of different valleys. Yeah, right, basically. Collider way too powerful. Probably. I mean, we could have like we had thought of like doing like a board wipe kind of thing. Like, you know, kind of like a like Magic the Gathering sort of board wipe sort of card where you play it and just everything dies, you get a reset. I'm not like super interested in that, partly because one of my main issues with the game right now is that sometimes it can go too long. And that just kind of extends the game. It's like, okay, let's just start the game over and whatever. Like, obviously you would be at like a different sort of place, but I kind of just don't feel interested in that, I don't think. But this is Neon Desert Raceway. Like, can't think of actual balance drawback to that spell. It would honestly, like I said, you know, you could have just like a whole board wipe, right? But I think that's just too much. Yo, Anonymous, what's up, dude? Everybody's here today, apparently. We got them all. Well, you know, not everyone, but most people are here. A good number. Got a new laptop finally. Yes. Heck yeah, dude. Glad to hear. My idea is the god recovers very fast anyway, so it doesn't hurt that bad. Interesting. Yeah, I think that could be like way too powerful. What are we doing? We're talking about well, we're kind of talking about the Valley card that we made Friday. Yeah, Friday. And this effect might not be balanced, you know, compared to like planes basically is just kind of worthless. Obviously, like there's a lot of situations where planes isn't better than other cards. But it might just mean planes need something, like some sort of base effect. But I don't think we really need to. I think it'd be cool to maybe make planes like work well with God of Harvest. I was thinking maybe it could gain units equal to the number of lands in play, which would be kind of cool, kind of like the Druid of lands. But I also am unsure whether I like the idea of just like, hey, this is a land version of a Druid. It's kind of like, eh, you know. Hello, kitten. What ails you? Is it too strong? It's more that Plains is too weak compared to everything else, honestly. So Plains probably need some sort of effect, but can Plains just be buffed 3 per turn? Then that makes Forest worthless because Forest gains 2 units when you have a thing on top of it. Unless we make Forest do more, and then we're just kind of like buffing everything, which is just gets too crazy. I think it'd probably be more interesting to have a better effect for Plains, which maybe could just, it has no passive unit gen and it just gains units based on, you know, basically just Druid. But what? You want out or do you want to play? What's going on? What's going on with you? What's going on with you, huh? You guys hear her when she meows like that, or is that Is my mic too good and doesn't pick it up? Come here. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. Can you chill? She definitely wants to play. I didn't really do literally anything yesterday, so she's like, whatever. What if Plains was like a wild card that could take on the effect of another land and played? That's kind of cool. Kind of like that. Sort of just like a blank card, right? Like, I can copy this. What if you play Plains, you need to cover another land, of it out? It's more that it's too weak than powerful, but you could suppose give it a effect. Is that stream boo? Yeah, denied. Hear me out. Plains grants units equal to units on the god to a max of 4. Interesting. What if to play Plains you need to cover another land to have it out? Did I read that twice? Oh, you said on both things. Sorry, I just didn't get to it. Is Plains supposed to be simple early game land dog? And that's why 3 units when it has nothing on it. 2 with something on it. That's why 3 units when it has nothing on it, 2 with something on it. Yeah, but like, how is Forest worth it at all if Plains does 3? No, you're good. You're good, Thunder. You missed what I suggested. Maybe. I thought you said make this to 3. You don't want to play something on Plains. That's why it's my Forest is slightly better. Maybe I did miss what you said. Ah, against one extra unit if it doesn't have a structure on it. So it's like reverse Forest, basically. I get that. That could be cool. That's probably the simplest one. What are some of the other ideas people said here? Like, I feel like I liked them, but I'm not sure if it's like Plains. I do like the wild card land. That is kind of interesting. And Grot said land that because land that gains units equal to the units on your god could be interesting with something like altruism or something. I mean, we can try that. So what, you'd buff Plains to 3 and then it gains, or no, you just have gain. Sorry, I'm just thinking it gains 1 more if there's nothing above it. Yeah, you wouldn't even change it. It would just gain 3 total. Shouldn't it be the other way around because plains are easy to build on and forests is to cut down trees to make room? So forests should give more units to build on. The plains remains the same, but the condition is that there's no structure built on it. One of the ideas with units is that units are supposed to represent not just your forces, but all resources. So in theory, a forest has more resources, and so you would gain more units if you were there, I guess. So that's what the logic I would use for that, but yeah, I see your point. I could change the cards, but at this point, I don't think it makes sense to. You know, we'll go for it for now. This land has no, is that the right wording? If this land has no structure on it? This land doesn't? Does not? Doesn't? I feel like just does not feels clearer, but I'm just using the same wording as forest. Wouldn't it be more room? Sounds like you should be able to put 2 structures on it. Oh, no. Yeah, this is... Yeah, no. Oh, 1 unit is what you're saying. Gotcha. I'm just using the same wording. You want out again? Okay. All right. Just my 2 pennies. Yeah, honestly, it's... I'm not changing it now, I think. That's just gonna confuse everyone who's played the game. It's been 2 years. It's too late at this point. That's my only justification for not changing it. This land does not have a structure placed on it. Gain 1 more unit during unit phase. Maybe doesn't is better. I mean, theme-wise, you're somewhat right, Thunder, but I think in terms of mechanics, I think this one's the one you're thinking of. No, this is Into the Fight Pit. This doesn't... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've thought of that too before. It's I don't think you're wrong, you know? But yeah, mechanically it makes sense. Maybe it's about the serene beauty of nature, and putting a structure on it makes it less beautiful. You know? Oh, hell yeah. Subtoots. I'm not very bald right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Look how much hair I have in my head. My beard's getting long. What? Yeah, I'm letting myself go. I don't know. Sup, Toot? How you doing today? Don't stress over it. You'll lose the little hair you got. Exactly, right? Howdy, dingus. Nah, it'll. I think it's fine. I'm not really. It's not a problem. I don't know why it's not updating though. There we go. If this land doesn't have a structure placed on it, gain 1 more unit during unit phase. Yeah, I can still go with my my idea that a forest has more resources and therefore you'd gain more units, whereas a plains doesn't have much in the way of resources, and so you're just, yeah, that's gonna be my justification for that. Anyway, thick beard is oozing testosterone. Yeah, maybe I'll have to just completely grow out my beard. Anyway, we've kind of been sitting here yapping for hours. Average peanut butter, yo, what up, dude? How you doing? How's life? But yeah, so I guess we're gonna open Tabletop Simulator, and we're gonna look at our deck building. Good. What's HRU? Am I old? How are you? I'm old. I am doing all right. trying to power through some stuff, but we're doing okay. You know, I'm gonna be honest, I know I'm getting old because people have started to do instead of to be honest, like TBH, people have started doing TBF, and I'm like, what's F stand for? I'm like, is that like to be frank? And it's like, no, to be fair. You dumb old man. Anyway, so I'm losing it. What's a good suspense movie? All right, Grandpa, let's get back to bed. Exactly. A good suspense movie. I don't really watch suspense movies. Here, I'll give you a better thing. Watch the show Severance. I haven't seen season 2 yet, but man, was I at the edge of my seat always. I wouldn't say it's like a horror movie, but I guess that's sort of different, right? Suspense is a little different than horror. Watch Severance, it's good. Yeah. Super. It's weird, but like, man, it's like mind-bending sort of. It's more like mind-bending sort of suspense than it is like horror suspense, but man, it gets kind of weird and crazy. What I was thinking was The Day After Tomorrow. You were thinking that was Severance, or you're thinking that is a suspense movie? Quiet Place movies are pretty good for suspense. There you go. Yeah, it's not really my forte. I'm more of like I like happy stuff. But, you know, here we are. The original backrooms get creepy AF. I wouldn't know, unfortunately. I should actually re-import a lot of these cards, but Okay, we have Valley here. We have where's some of our new cards? Do we want to work on the ones that we're closest on are War, Humanity. I always keep doing that. War, Harvest, and Magic. War, we could probably throw like freaking anything in here. But these two are probably the closest to having a full deck. So, and we have Valley for Magic. What else do we have for Magic? I feel like we've made other ones. Oh, well, the robot kind of just ended up being a support card, which maybe it needs something different. I don't know. Oh, we have Expedition Vessel for Harvest. I don't think Maximus, I don't think you saw this one either, did you? It's like a happy little boat. It is. Very happy little boat. It's under a horror analog horror. It's under analog horror. Yeah, I just don't. I don't know. Not really my thing, unfortunately. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the idea is that you could draw more land. And then, you know, be able to sort of synergize with Harvest. But I don't know. A lot of these are either going to be broken or not work or whatever, but I'd rather just start testing ideas and seeing if they're fun or not. And then if they're too broken, we nerf them or change them. And if they are cool, we keep them. You know, I'd rather not overthink it because maybe an idea on paper sounds bad, but works more in practice or vice versa, right? And like we have broken things, like Hollow Ground technically is extremely broken with Bridge. Oh, who would have thought? Bridge breaks something again? Who would have known? Because the problem with this is I gave it a unit effect to double its number of units, but in theory, if Bridge is there, it doubles Bridge's unit or doubles your God's units, which is just stupid. So, you know, here we are. This needs to be fixed. Bridge, really? How surprising. Who would have thought? Send off 6 peeps to find land. I think that's cool. Have you tested it out in a game? No, not yet. A lot of these cards I haven't. One thing I'm thinking of doing is, you know, one of the problems with Bridge is we didn't want to put a lot of words in the card. Like eventually we run out of words to put on the card. However, we have a new precedent that we set via the Bard. And we use the base effect to sort of work with its active or its ability, right? So we could, in theory, just use the base effect to explain more about the unit effect. And I think I'm okay with that. So maybe we just do that to Bridge. I don't know. I'll take another look at it, but we could put something in here like, you know, exceptions in the base effect. I don't want to have to put like a ton of exceptions, but maybe we'll get to that eventually. I don't know. Like potentially Bridge just shouldn't apply to, like Bridge maybe should just say your any of the cards that say cards gain blah 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 work with Bridge, and anything that say like this hero may attack, like instead I don't know, I'll have to figure it out, but you know, here we are. I don't feel like doing that right now. For God of Destruction, there really should be something of mass destruction that really f's up both God and players. Maybe again, I'm still against messing up your ally player. That's just a personal thing. It could destroy all your cards, but I wouldn't want it to be something that hurts your ally. That's just kind of against my design philosophy, just as far as how I feel about the game. But I could see something like that, or just like a sort of big boom. Also, Grot, the problem with that is doing so just make the game last longer on most scenarios. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. That's the other issue. But I could see I don't know. I'll think about it. What if you destroy bridge after using it so it's a one-time thing? Nah, it's just too cool as is. It's too cool, and it's like kind of like the symbol of how the game should function. In my mind, right? Like it's like the co-opiest thing in the game. And I don't want to get rid of that, you know? I think bridge needs to stay. It eventually it'll work. It'll be fine. I can't wait to see the first book of Eretta. I don't know what that is. I like how you said damn your spelling, but you were like you were like 2 letters off. Whereas I would probably have like, you know, completely butchered it. Oh, rule clarification book. Oh, is that like the like the Magic the Gathering one? I don't. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. There hopefully will never be that, but we'll see. Bridge breaking is just just a normal Monday morning, you know. It'll be fine. Anyway, I don't think we'll have to do that, but maybe eventually we will. Like, I didn't think we would get monk confused, but people got monk confused. So it's like, you know, that might have to have some clarification, right? I don't think I can reword this any better. Like when attacking with this hero, it only loses half as many units. When it takes damage, or when it only loses half as many units when it takes damage during the attack, round up. A lot of people assumed this meant monk did double damage. Not a lot of like 2 people. 2 people assumed that this meant the monk did double damage, so you'd only have to put half as many units on it. But that is not how it works. But I do understand like why someone might think that. But I think part of that's like the need for more reading kind of deal, you know? So I don't know. Here we are. And, you know, we could potentially eventually have a thing where it's like, hey, if you don't understand, this is how it works. But it's what like a Twitter post is for, right? Where people are like, how does this work? And then it's like, the creator actually said that it works this way. Anyway, that's all besides the point. We should pick a card to make. Because we just talked for an hour. Which is fine. We've kind of, you know, spat out a lot of good ideas. Do we want to make something for Harvest, or do we want to make something for Magic? What are y'all feeling? We had some good ideas for Magic, but not necessarily. I don't think we wrote down any ones for We didn't really write down any cool ones for Harvest. Destruction. Destruction actually already has a full deck. Technically, we could add one more row, maybe, because these are like a potential additional row for Devotion. I'm not entirely certain if we want 4 or 5 sets of cards, but Destruction already has the right number of cards. Yeah, we might also want to make like the robots effect be something that fits one of these decks, because right now it's kind of like, well, I like the effect and I think it's a good effect for the game. I think maybe it's better if we make it something that fits more with Magic or something like that. Barbarian shouldn't be at God of War. Barbarian also is at God of War. It's like one of those common cards that's kind of in both. I mean, we could make a different card that belongs here. There's like a few cards that like, yeah, maybe we could swap them out, but for now, that's the base deck. Also, vibe versus the robot seems like it should be in Destruction. It could be, yeah. Honestly, yeah. I mean, it could replace like the Barbarian or something, because it does have that sort of like when it kills something, gain units. Although it's for your ally, so it's a little bit different. But maybe that would work for Destruction. Do discard spell to give units works with God of Magic, like powering up with magic. We do kind of already have Raise an Army, which is you gain 5 units and the cost is discarding a card. Priest guy, I don't know what he's doing in Destruction. He's kind of just like a... Priest could not be in there, maybe, but he also works well mechanically with pretty much any deck. So he kind of makes up for... Well, I don't know. Priest is good in any deck, honestly. But maybe. That's besides the point. We need to make a card for one of these 3 decks. We could make one for War. We could make one for Harvest. We could do one for Magic. But I don't think Destruction needs one, per se, right now. I agree with you in some sense. What's it called? Thematically, but I also don't think I don't think it really matters narrative, like not narratively, mechanically. Mechanically, they are good in the deck. Thematically, maybe not so much. But the game is about like armies coming together, right? And so having a variety of cards, I don't think necessarily is necessary, or is a bad thing. It doesn't have to. Like Farm is a good card in the Magic deck, but thematically it doesn't really make sense, you know. So I don't think I'm super worried about thematics necessarily. If we can help it and make like a card that looks good in like a deck, like, you know, okay, we made a Spellblade, it makes sense to have them in the Magic deck. But I also don't think that I don't think we need to be super strict with that. Why not? Why not? What? I understand the vibe of the game is each god has its own army and the gods come together to fight. Not necessarily. It's more like a world where there are warring armies and, you know, like there wasn't necessarily peace. They prayed to their gods. Like all the, like one group might pray to different gods, right? Like each god doesn't have its specific set of people. Like humanity, the god of like humans probably pray to the god of humanity, but they also might pray to the god of devotion, right? So they wouldn't have a specific army themselves. And then everyone kind of comes together in order to fight the old gods. Also, like, the lore here isn't really super strict, to be fair. We are going to hit an ad, so we are going to take a 3-minute break. When we get back, we'll decide on a card to do. We'll draw it, and then that'll probably be the stream. But yeah. Anyway, we'll be back. See you in just a few minutes.
I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game into a fully-fledged deck builder. That's right, a role-playing game like Dungeons & Dragons, but with the deck-building mechanics of something like Slay the Spire. Not only that, but doing so solves a bunch of problems generally experienced in many tabletop RPGs. Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is my sci-fi role-playing game called Soul. Now you might be saying, Nathaniel, you're just making this game into a deck builder because it's popular right now. And to that, I say, you're right. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hoping that a popular game genre wouldn't help promote my game. But even though that is true, that's not really the reason I decided to make this change. It's actually because it solves a lot of problems in my game. But before I explain why I did it, let's explain what I actually did. To start, I'm going to use an action system similar to version 2 of my game called Concentration. Each point of concentration essentially counts as one action. The exception here is that more powerful cards may cost more than one concentration to use. This is going to be similar to Hearthstone's mana system or Slay the Spire's energy system. A player will start the game with 3 concentration and be allowed to spend it on various cards on their turn. After spending it, their concentration will regenerate when it becomes their turn again. As for the cards themselves, there are 3 different types of playable cards. Basic actions. These cards allow you to perform a simple action, mainly one of your equipped items, such as a weapon to attack an enemy. As a note here, there will be an inventory system where you have separate cards equipped, but that's for another video. Physical abilities. Generally, these are things that can be done within human means, or alien means, or whatever. Something like the Knight's Cleave ability, which makes a sweep attack hitting multiple enemies, or the Medic's First Aid ability, which allows them to heal a target even when it's not on their turn. And lastly, nano abilities. I won't kid myself, this is basically a magic system under the guise of technology. This allows a character to perform actions and go beyond what's normally possible, such as Medic being able to use mass healing, which allows them to heal allies in an area. This also helps to explain older abilities like the DJ's Scale ability, which allows you to change the size of other characters' abilities. A player will choose an assortment of these cards from a class or multiple classes to build a deck. Once they have their deck, they can use these abilities in-game, especially during combat. Once combat begins, a player will draw 6 cards and be able to choose what actions to perform by playing these cards and using concentration to do so. Once a card is played, it goes into a discard pile and cannot be played again until their deck is empty. I'm still debating on whether a player's hand refreshes every turn, or if they can retain their cards and draw enough to fill their hand. Playtesting is probably in order to decide which one's best, but let me know what you think. Either way, that's the general premise of the deck building aspect, so let's explain why I actually made this choice. For those of you who play games like Dungeons & Dragons, will likely know this sort of situation. Your party gets into a fight with some enemies, and it gets to your fighter's turn. Your dungeon master asks a fighter what they would like to do, and they say attack one of their enemies with their legendary magic sword. They attack, and then the DM asks what they would like to do with their 3 additional actions. And they simply say they want to attack with their sword again, even though there might be more interesting options that the character might have. This continues until they're out of actions or the enemy is dead. Now, you may blame the fighter for playing the game in an uninteresting or boring way. However, well, they may have other actions at their disposal. Using their legendary sword is likely the most effective option for dealing with enemies. And while it may be true that it isn't the most interesting, you can't really blame them for using their best action in the game. We had the exact same issue.
What are you doing? Bean. Hi, Legume Walker. Hello, Schmingus? Schmingus? I don't know. Bean, you missed my garlic pictures. It's true, you did. There they are. Garlic. More garlic. What? There you go. Of course he grew them. Thunder's a full-blown farmer. Thunder farmer. Beats, I have a card idea. Okay, I'm ready. But yeah, just to sort of like finish what I was talking about. It's cool if the thematics all fit, but I don't think they necessarily need to, because again, like this would in theory be a deck builder, so you should be able to like exchange cards for new ones. And like, you know, these are like starter decks. Like this would be like, okay, this is kind of what this deck looks like, but you could swap different cards out to your taste, right? So that would be the idea. Yep, I did. The way they are way bigger than I thought they would be. They would end up. Heck yeah. Bean. They look incredible. Good job. Hey, Toots. Rotating heart. That heart looks really tasty, does it not? Does it not look like you should be able to eat that? Am I wrong? Don't tell me I'm wrong. It does, yes. It's just anyway. Okay. So yeah, we'll probably go with, let's just look at the cards we have written down. I don't know why I'm unless someone has like a crazy idea, I'm just gonna go with I want some cinnamon hearts. I don't really like cinnamon candy, unfortunately. Usually it's too much, but it does look like kind of like a lollipop sort of candy. Let me know when I can redeem another art review. I don't want to disturb you. No, you can do it whenever you want, dude. I'm pretty sure you have a limit of 1 per stream. I think that's how it goes, so you can definitely do that whenever you want. That's how I feel about you, Natalby. Yeah. I can't what it's called in English. I'll just put a picture in the stream chat. One of those more steampunk structure could give the effect of the land underneath to your ally. That's actually kind of cool. I like that. I'll eat him till my teeth bleed. No. That's horrifying. Oh, like a. What is? Oh God, wrong thing. What is this called? It's like a combine, or is that right? Is that the right word? Combine. Yeah, a combine. It's literally the exact same picture. Combine harvester. That could be interesting. They do have more like primitive like harvesting tools. I would assume like a plow, right? I don't know how far I want to lean into steampunk, but like I don't hate the idea of doing lots of like some steampunk stuff, but I feel like lore-wise, a lot of it probably would be warring in nature and not necessarily like most of the stuff would be made post-war. Obviously you need like food during a war, but I almost feel like I can see something like that though, potentially. I don't know. I'm just not sure how far I want to lean into steampunk. Could have a windmill instead. Windmill is cool. I kind of like windmill. That'd be fun to do. I've driven one once. I don't drive proper lines, so they kicked me off. No. Thunder, no. Windmill could be cool though. I've got a brand new combine harvester, and I'll give you the key. Come now and get together in perfect harmony. Got 20 acres. Is this like some country song? Got you 40 here now. There's a brand new combine harvester. I'll give you the key. Is this lyrics? Seems like lyrics. I'll tell you what. This is for the God of Harvest. It wasn't clear. Yeah, that makes sense. What effect did you say? The effect of the land underneath your ally. That is cool. I'm wondering if that's worth a structure. It might have to have like 2 effects, but maybe that's kind of cool. I'll draw a windmill. I mean, that could be cool. All right, let me read through these effects. And you know what? Why not? Let's just draw a windmill. I think I'm down for that. Let me read through these and decide if I want to like pick between 2 things. It's like once you turn, you may play spells from your discard pile. We already art review. Let's do it. Send it on over. Sir Bean of Beanington. Base effect, once per turn, you may place a spell from your discard. All right, we already sort of have that. Whenever you play a spell, you may play it, sit back into your deck and reshuffle. Yeah, we already kind of have it. Triggered effect, gain 1 unit when you draw a card. Okay, we did that. That we did. You draw a card, you may take it. I do kind of like, well, we don't need another hero right now. Discard a spell, do... Okay, hold up. Holy heckin' heck, Bean. You don't need another hero. It's an art review by Bean, my lucky day. Bean, this is suspiciously my colors. This song. Oh, we need to... Hold on. Hold on. Bean, what the heck? How are you so freaking talented? We need this bigger. Bean, what is this? It's so cool. So heckin' cool. Why can't I... Now I can't zoom out. God damn. I mean, look at this thing. That's sick as hell. What the heck? And it looks like a stained glass, like warrior. His name is Glassmortis, a fallen angel who crashed into the brimstone glass. That sounds sick as heck. What is this? What is it? What is it? What? What is this from? Is this a Bean thing? Or is this an original character? Or is this from something? And some Protoss inspired from Stargate. Yeah, it kind of looks a little bit like one, doesn't it? That's cool as hell, dude. No, see, hell yeah. I like Bean's brain. Bean's got a good brain. How heckin' cool that is. Again, I don't have anything to review. There's no reviewing to be done. I don't. Is there any like? Choose revision. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could like, you know, I can't do legs in general, so I can't really give any advice, you know. Legs are weird. TV stands for dang bean, I'm sure. It's in Discord, but I'll say it here as well. This is peak. It really is. This is RB. Yeah, it's RB. Runner bean. Dang bean. Sorry, I can't read. You really get TB. Yeah, dude. I mean, do you want any sort of critiques, or do you want me to just show it off? Because I will just gladly show it off. I don't really know if I have any sort of real critiques. Like, I know this is insane, right? Look at it's dung beetle actually. Oh, DB. Yeah. There you go. Critique the shit out of it. Honestly, I really don't have much. Any critique would be an empty tip pick, pretty much. I mean, like, I could be like one of the only things I can think of is just like having more lighting on him that matches the background, but I feel like that just then ruins your colors. Like, you know, more purple edge lighting, but like a lot of the light's coming from him. And again, it feels like it feels like an empty nitpick. I can't draw legs, so I have nowhere to critique anything. You could potentially give him like a more dynamic pose, but I don't necessarily think that's that important. That's really all I could potentially even say. I think the design is really cool. And just the concept in general is sick, you know? Yeah, like it just, I mean, you have a little bit here, right? But like you could do like, you could go a little further with it, I think, if you really wanted to. But like a lot of the light from him is probably like canceling out the, because like it seems like he is a light source, right? Like, so a lot of light from him would probably counteract, like almost drown out the pink edge lighting. But only thing I can think will make it look better is the middle chest gem a different color, or was glowing or something. I guess I could see that. You know, really draw your eye in, potentially. Timeless should put it in Discord. Yeah, that'd be awesome, actually. Shoulder to waist ratio is freaking bananas. It's superhero proportions, right? Yeah, I guess like that's like the only thing I can really think of is just like little lighting things. Like you could put, I like to be really dramatic with my lighting, and that's why like I would probably like, you could do more purple on the thing as it gets farther away from like the light sources, which I would assume are these sort of like lantern looking gauntlets, right? And slash his like core slash eyes, right? You could maybe have that so that like it really draws your eyes, kind of like what Maximus was saying, like really into the center. But I think lighting is like one of the areas I kind of excel in, which is why it probably is the first thing, you know, I think of, but you know, you paid for an art critique, so I'm gonna try my best here. I'm gonna try my ding dangly darndest. Right. Copy image. Wrong thing. Really not gonna come up with a board. Not sick. I want to eventually put it on YouTube, but I have zero knowledge of editing. Help me. I can definitely help you. I mean, what do you need help with? You need someone to edit for you, or are you you know, or do you need editing tips? Do you need software? Just don't know where to start at all. I would start with DaVinci Resolve if you don't have you know, Adobe products, which I'm pretty sure you don't, because you don't use Photoshop to draw. So 100% recommend DaVinci Resolve. I haven't honestly used it that much myself, but I think it could be, I from everything I've heard of it, it's, you know, most people are switching over from it, from Adobe to DaVinci, and it's, you know, professional grade software that's free. So, this is going to be my slight advice. I wonder if AI is going to help me here. Can I select subject? Will it work? Wow. Look at that. It's, I think, like I said, you could do like, that's really light. Might need to be, oh wait, hold on, I'm doing this wrong. I'm doing it wrong. Clipping mask? There we go. That work? I did it backwards. Wait, no, I didn't. Did I? Yeah. You could add like a little bit of just like ambient lighting on him there. You know? But like, honestly, like this is like a, you know, like a sort of a hero sort of thing. So it's like, it sort of is like supposed to be popping out of the page, right? So like, depends on how much you really want it to like blend in, right? Like the real question is, do you want it to blend into the environment, or do you want it to stand out, right? So like you could add some of this sort of like a little bit of purpliness, you know? In like the areas that this isn't exactly, you know, on. I have a clip of the time lapse with some music over it, but like, how do I do an intro and outro? Oh, like if you're like put it on YouTube, and like what sort of, I would honestly just like, are you looking for like a motion graphics thing, or are you just looking to like, how do I start this piece as like a YouTube video? Well, when you need to make garden, I need to make a garden, have to start by breaking ground. Find the dirt you need to break. Well said. There you go. I've been having a good harvest spell idea. Ooh, that'd be interesting hearing that. The insta looks better. The ladder. I mean, you're assuming I remember what I just said 2 seconds ago. We could also do the same as like, you know, we could add some darker shadows, right? So we could just make it a little more like purpley shadows. Multiply layer. We could add like some edge light. This is kind of almost looks more like a pink fog, right? But you could do, you know, go even further with this, right? Needs to be brighter. Actually, let's just make it an add layer. This is gonna look sloppy, but this part's not gonna look nice, but you could have a little bit of edge light. And then you could probably do the same sort of thing like around here with your sort of orange glow, right? This is just an example. You do drawing for a living? Being this crazy. No, I'm a scientist who desperately trying to get a job in concept art. Yeah, unfortunately, concept art is a very difficult what's it called? Competitive field, right? But I mean, you definitely have the skills to do it. I guess like Maximus said, you could just glowify that if you wanted to. And maybe even have the glow extend past a little bit. That way it kind of whatever. Maybe even with the eyes. I like getting a little crazy with lighting though, honestly, like personally. Wow, what did I miss? Oh, this is Bean's art. We are he got an art review, and so I'm trying my best to show him how to improve this, which is again a kind of a tall order because it's so freaking good, but we're trying our best here to give any sort of advice we can. And I feel like one of the things I sort of specialize in is just lighting. So, if anything, right? I don't know anatomy that well necessarily, so it's like, we're just trying our best to see what we can kind of improve, which again, hard pressed to improve. whole new game. Oh yeah. Entangle a target that can attack its turn, and if you kill it this turn, it doesn't trigger the bad effect. That's kind of cool. I actually like that. Like disable a card, and if you kill it on the turn it's disabled, it doesn't cause its effect. Let me write that down actually. This is the drawing in his form before I, you know, added all the little tiny bits. I'll disable a card. Tangle. Disable a card if you... That's definitely... None of these words are right. If you kill the card, it does not trigger negative death effects. Okay. Yeah, anyway, Bean. If there are any scouts in chat, did you... If there are any scouts in chat, you did it. So sweet. You're going to be... Pizza, you're going to be my editor. You're hired. Hey, I dibs first. That's actually true. Toots did. It'll be in demand. I'm too broke to fight this. I love the lighting, but yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, like I said, I don't think it's necessary, but like, I don't know. Here, let's turn it all off, and then we'll talk about it individually. So yeah, you could do like darker shadows at the bottom, especially like maybe some like contact shadows at the bottom, right? You could do maybe this is just me being someone who this is not working. Hello? Oh, it is working. It's just really dull. You could do more like darker shadows by the feet, and then have like a, you know, I don't know where the light's necessarily coming from. It's pretty ambient. It seems like it's mostly coming from him. So like maybe just a shadow at his feet, like a dark shadow like that. Just hide your logo entirely, so it looks like I made this. Yeah, you could do like a dark shadow underneath him, or if like the light is coming from like, you know, behind him or in front of him, you could you know, draw your shadow out farther. Then you could also, we'll go to that in a second. Yeah, you could add just like a little more glow from his stuff onto his other stuff. Same with just like ambient purple light, and then again we can kind of like do some edge lighting or like really vibrant lights if you feel so if you feel so inclined. That's my best advice I can give you. Yeah, I clearly need it. I'm losing my voice. I like how my viewership spiked when I'm showing off showing off Bean's art. Everyone's like, oh wow, this guy made this. He must be really talented at art. Thank you for the review. It's noted and already applying. Well, the line goes hard, actually. Well, thank you. Yeah. I think, yeah. I like I said, I don't think it necessarily needs it, but yeah, if you want those improvements, that's my advice. Anyway, I'm glad it helped. Okay, we also have like an idea just for like a windmill. Honestly, almost just like at this point, like, what do you guys want to see me draw? Like, I'll draw something and then it'll end up being something that's a card, you know? This is where Fig comes out of nowhere and goes, a lizard. Wait, this art is my mental image of Natal B. Is it because it's my colors? I had to get inspiration from somewhere. There. I am an angel, you know? I think the lighting is, depending on the art style, doesn't always aim for bright lights, grim, dark, for example. Yeah. Just kidding. You're not a fallen angel. You're an angel. Aw. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't call it a necessity. Just my take, you know. Airship. Draw an airship. Already done. Already did it, Grot. I think, I almost like feel like I should. I'm like all over the place right now. I'm sorry, y'all. Discard a spell, do when card is discarded, do X. I mean, we could do that, like when you discard a card, gain units, like as a triggered effect. I think that would be cool. And I feel like that's mostly a God of Magic thing, though. Like, I don't know how useful that would be, like, across the board. It's okay to have specific cards, I think, but we don't have, like, a ton of, like, that. Spend X units to search for a spell. We could do that, but I'm not sure. Trigger effect gains units when a card is discarded. Okay, that's the same thing. You may choose to not draw a card. Oh, yeah, we had that, too. Yeah, I feel like we're like the windmill could like gain units for ally based on the land beneath it. You know what? Let's look at our cards and what we have so far and what we actually need real quick. We could do another structure. We could do a spell. I mean, Harvest does need a spell. And, like, disabling a card, I think, is a cool... We could do, like, an Entangle spell. I kind of like that one, honestly. I think we should do that. Let's do it. The only thing here is try to make it not look like Growth, because Growth kind of almost looks like an Entangle spell, if I'm being honest. This, for your information, is what Growth looks like. Not my best, but not my worst either. We could do like your typical like draw an endling and have it being entangled by vines or something. Or we just make the vines look different, right? It could just be like let's see. Let me open some stuff here. Yeah, Bean. I think let me actually finish answering your editing question. I think for time-lapse stuff, as far as like making a video for it, like an intro and outro, I feel like you don't necessarily need something like that. I think it like is usually kind of hard to have time-lapse content be good on its own without like some sort of commentary. Unless if like you're not really, if it's just a portfolio piece, I think it's probably like fine just to do it as is. But if you want it to be like popular, it probably needs something more. Whether that's just like advice or like, you know, just talking through your process, and like doing a like the intro for it, I would I feel like the key of that is just like setting it up. A lot of time, honestly, just getting right into it is your best bet. Like, you don't really want to draw it out, right? You just go like, hey, this is my art, go. Like, you don't really want to like, you don't want to be like, well, actually, so this is like blah, blah, blah. You like really just getting into it is your best bet. An outro, you just kind of like, you know, hey, check out whatever you want people to check out, you know? Hopefully you're still here and I'm not just like yapping, but that's my best advice I have for you, honestly. Also just doing the dang thing, you know, it's one of those deals. Sadly cannot send the timeless because I don't have nitro. Yeah, I get that. Put on vengeance with a smile. I sure could. How far is that from here? It's soon. We'll just I add to queue. All right, it will pop on. Well, let's do it right now. Else it'll come up next, but there it is, just for you. But yeah, but if you really do need an editor, I do need work. I really do need to start making more money. Unfortunately, the stuff isn't cutting it necessarily. What am I even doing? I was gonna look up like an entangle, like sort of image, right? Like for like a game image, but I started just typing vengeance with a smile. I was like, I'm sure if you look up entangle, you're gonna find like D&D spell or magic spell or something. You could also seeing things that, you know, shouldn't be shown on whatever, but you know, here we are. My only thought is that, like, you know, vines like wrapping around like, you know, an enemy. Like we could use an enemy card. I'm drawing on the background layer. Visual Smile is the best. Absolute jam. It's pretty good. I like it. I like how everyone has their own song they like. Kind of just looks like a corkscrew. Yeah, I think what we need is to have this spell have some sort of motivation. And I think what we need is an endling. Because it needs some sort of like, this is the thing it's entangling. And the endling is kind of like the evil, you know, the symbol of the old god, if in a sense. Oh, I have something. I have a gift for y'all. Assuming she stays there. There you go. Just flopping around. Sorry, I'm trying to grab the stuff I need here. Which is this guy. Way too big. I don't understand why it pastes so large, actually. It actually makes sense to me. Okay, let's rasterize them. I think we will do this in the sort of like silhouette style of our spells, but this just helps me kind of figure out this is sort of a sketch, you know. He also needs another leg because we have conveniently forgotten that multiple times. Anyway, probably do it like he's getting all discombobulated. Any y'all got anything exciting planned this week? I do not. Zilch, nada. Okay, we're all in the same boat here. He's giving me an idea for a background for a drawing. Any context or just anything? Picking and hang garlic should be ready by the end of the week. Do you not eat it right off the vine or whatever it grows on? Tube? It's a tuber? I actually don't know. That's weird. Where does garlic grow from? I would assume you pull it from the ground, right? And we trade lives. Chickens and garlic. Sounds. I feel. There you go. A background. I feel like I need more context, but I could just give you a random thing. Like I could just be like the mountains, but I don't know what you're drawing. Airship. So either air or seen from the air. Yeah, I feel like that would be kind of cool, right? Like mountains in the distance, some clouds, some mountains. I feel like that would be pretty rad. There's some sort of creature making some sort of noise outside my window. It's like, I don't know if it's a bird or like a squirrel fighting or something. Luna found the crack stash, probably. Where's this kid riding his bike? By kid, I mean full-grown adult. His bike is just about to explode. That's exactly what it is. That's wild. It sounds like just like a bunch of chipmunks in his spokes of his bike. This, my dude. I think his bike is just breaking. It's just not loading your picture. Interesting. I also forgot Thunder has dreads. I knew that lore, but I forgot it. There you go. There's the whatever. It's growing in the ground. Honestly, much taller plant than I expected. I think I also knew how garlic grew. I just never, whatever. But I'm poor. So am I. Like for like, there you go. Flowers then it's almost like 6 feet tall. That's crazy. Never would have known. Human size garlic, give me 10. Okay, how tall 6 feet is. Imagine a tall person. There you go. Imagine someone who's tall. That's 6 feet. No, it's I'm 6 foot tall. I'm 6'1" technically, but I wish we used my trick so bad. In what, meters? 6 foot in meters is 1.8 meters. 1.82. Let's say imagine me, but that's literally impossible. You're 6'3". I'm 6'1", dude. Oh, so shorter than me by a bit. There you go. Mate, you're taller than me, bro. I think your scale is wrong then. Your scale? Whatever. I think your doctor's lying to you is basically what I'm trying to tell you. Oh, no curly Q. Doesn't look right. I don't know. This is an odd thing for Canada. What? Oh, having feet as a whatever. Your garlic is incorrectly calibrated. I'm happy 5'10". People can't tell me. People can't tell me when I say 6. There you go. For some reason, I can never really draw good-looking vines, but you know, here we are. I think it's because I make them too like pointy. They need to kind of be more cylindrical. Vines. Anyone play balloons? And just get the voice lines of the hero stuck in your head for forever? Double spike zone. No, it is. I just added Vengeance with a Smile to the queue, so it wasn't so I was playing again. I didn't skip ahead for it, I just added it to the queue again, so now you just get multiple of it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to measure my height again. Maybe I am taller than 6'1", but every time I feel like I've gotten measured, I'm 6'1", you know? Maybe it's because I slouch too much. When I said eye to eye, you were taller than me. I thought you were very short for some reason, Beats. Honestly, that's probably because I'm a streamer, and streamers are historically short. But that is true. Most famous streamers, I feel like, are short. Like one of those things, you know? I don't know what to tell you, bro. I think one of our height measures are wrong, you know? When was the last time you got your height taken? Hold the king. Hello, hello. How you doing today? I'm not talking height measurements. Talking pure observation. But if I'm taller than you, okay, and you say I'm taller than 6'1", either I'm 6'2", okay. So either where I measured myself is wrong, or where you measured yourself is wrong. What card is this? This is going to be Entangle. Going to be like a sort of stun card sort of deal. Disables an old god card. Kind of looks like growth a bit, which, you know, maybe is too much, but whatever. It'll look different in the end. We'll make it look different. We'll force it to look different. AoE damage. No, it stuns a singular card. Essentially. Maybe... like, my inch isn't your inch. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I'm just saying that I have measured myself throughout my life. And it says 6'1" on my driver's license. So one of us is wrong. Take an inch, take a mile, you know what I'm saying? Yo, Tuna, AoE damage. Did I read that? No, yeah, it's a stun. Okay, I thought you made it OP. No. I like the card and disable an old god. Want to play test? Yeah, for sure. It would I think it'll be a good one. A good idea for sure. My driver's license says I'm 2 inches shorter than Nathaniel. That would be very funny. Wait, your driver's license has a height on him? Yeah. Pretty standard American thing. Show me your driver's license to prove it. Mine just has my face like... Sorry, my fish was that big. This swallowed by the sunset. Right. When I looked down, I thought you were gonna show your stream your ID. No, that was a joke. That was a haha hee hee. I'm not actually gonna show my. I'm not gonna dox myself. My driver's license doesn't exist yet, so I can say whatever I want. I'm 13-4. There you go. Heck yeah. Yeah, in a short while. Did I say hi to Tuna? I thought I did. I know I said it in my brain, but hello, Tuna. Hope things are well. How are you doing? Oh, wait. That Tuna guy. YouTube chat sucks ban him. I didn't see the second Tuna. Look at that. You're just over there making a Twitch account. Welcome on in, Tuna. I did. Poll, I got you. It doesn't change by merit of having or not having an ID dingo. Tuna squared, indeed. ID, who has those these days? Yeah. Who needs them? Same Tuna, just being tourist here. There you go. Welcome in, Tuna. Welcome in a second time. Welcome to the dark side. We have redeems, and that's about it. No, there's something else other than redeems, but I can't remember what it is. What do we have other than redeems? Got dash now, beans. Ask you later. Yep, ask you later, dude. Yeah, YouTube is about 5 seconds behind. There's also that. I really should do the I I should fix the latency. I think I can, and I keep forgetting to do it. How much does the latency bother you two people? I need your opinion. How bad is it? On a scale of 1 to bad. Thanks for the art review, Beats. No problem, dude. Thank you for sharing your awesome art, dude. It's very impressive. Extremely very impressive. Do we like this? Is this cool? Is this cool art? You're very impressive. No, you're very impressive. Quick, everyone, fight Bean for being impressive. Get him. Tell him he's impressive. Go. You guys are failing me. You're embarrassing me in front of Bean. How dare you impress me, Bean? There you go. There's one. I don't know if I really should even be bothering doing this, but you know, here we are. This is for like, I don't know, for extra fun. I think this might be one of the cards that I don't actually spend extra time on making the card art like complete in case I wanna whatever. Bean is very impressive. Thank you. Just measured myself. I'm 1.815, so 6 feet. There you go. I am, in theory, if I am 6'1" in meters. I wish we used meters so much for like just whatever in general. I'm 1.85, or if we are as tall as Toot says, I'm 1.91. But we'll see. I don't know if I believe it. It almost looks like coral instead of measurements aside. I'm taller than Toots, yes, just by a smidge. For all your head cannons, if you need to know, I am taller than Toots. I wish Bean would never leave. Bean is the GOAT. What can we say, you know? I'm 198 centimeters apparently, but people usually can't tell, so I snuck into some rides and wasn't supposed to be at a big theme park. Uh-oh. They're pretty tall, Tuna, huh? Yeah, I guess they normally say centimeters instead of meters. You don't really measure yourself by the meter, right? Is that how that works? I don't know. To be, we're about the same height. In theory, yeah. Again, I guess we need to do some measurements to know if what the truth is, but we're trying to draw this in like the spell style, which is a little bit different than like the rest of the cards. Sort of has more of a silhouette sort of thing to it. They don't let me on trains or buses. Wait, sorry, hold on. I may be the shorty here, but I am. But if I wait, I'm Jim here. But if I some Jim, there you go. Tuna, are you 2 meters? As I said before, I'm Dingus is 400 centimeters tall, so he's to the sky. They don't let me in trains or buses. Okay, now I'm understanding. You're trolling around. One of them was scary because I thought since I was too tall, I'd hit some and lose my legs or head. Yeah, that would be the scary part. That was too tight and gave me a knee injury. So the lesson is follow the rules, people. Oof. There was a measurement of, if there were measurement beats handsomeness, it would be immeasurable. I mean, what is the scale of handsomeness? Like if feet is, your measurement of height, or meters, right? What is the measurement of handsomeness? What's the unit for handsomeness is what I need to know. Oh, wait, are we? I missed the ad again, didn't I? Traditionally, it's scale 1 to 10. That's true. But, like, there's no unit measurement. Had a layer and both credit and Chrome crash. No! Hopefully it has autosave. IP measurement of handsomeness is Nathaniel per square beats. There you go. Now we have it. 2 meters in boots, I guess. Everyone considers me a giant, but there are tons of tall people I see every day in my city. There you go. Yeah. Pretty crazy. It's interesting. I've been reading a basketball comic on Webtoons. It's kind of like what's it called? What's the volleyball one? Haikuyu, but a basketball. Which I didn't really expect myself to start reading, but I read it. I don't really care about basketball, honestly, but it was entertaining. No, I lost my rocks. No! Oh, dude, that sucks. No autosaves? I don't know if Krita does that. I don't feel like a giant hit of Japan. Yeah. I do think it would be fun to go to Japan. But mostly just because I'm a freaking weeb. So sorry, yeah, dude, that sucks. Hopefully it wasn't too far. Average height over there. My average height was tall over there. Okay, there you go. Yeah, right. Probably could just be using the fill tool. And then just cleaning up the edges. Didn't really care about sports in general until I watched sports anime, and then they changed my perspective on every sport. Yeah, right. I can agree with that. I think like the thing is just like it's because sports like you like caring about the people is like the part that sports anime kind of gives you. It's like it makes you focus on the individual rather than the game as a whole, and I think that's more interesting because people like the story of people, you know. Kuro basketball was really good at the beginning. I haven't seen it. I think I heard good things though. My favorite thing is entering a place with a ton of people who are smaller than me and feel like I'm an average. Entering a place with a ton of people who are taller than me and feeling like I'm an average or small. There you go. I always feel weird when there's someone who's like dramatically taller than me. I'm like, oh. Well, actually, that's not necessarily true because my brother and his friends were also tall. I think it just makes me feel young. It's like, oh, all right, I'm around my brother's taller than me. I don't know. Interesting. Still not sure I'm pronouncing it. Kuroko Basketball is the first sports anime that made me change my perspective, and I've loved basketball since. And then Blue Lock maybe for soccer. Blue Lock is insane. It's wild, but I do love it. I haven't watched. I think I only watched season 1, but it's kind of like one of those ones that's just like absolutely ridiculous, but good for its own sake, you know. But yeah, that one's good. Haikuyu's really good. I haven't really watched that many sports animes, honestly, but yeah. I think I should turn up something here. I don't know if I'm meant to turn to 100, but we'll see how it goes. Oh, I can't do this. You guys watch Dan Dan? It's not a sports anime, but most ridiculous stuff I've ever seen. Yeah, I've been keeping up with it. I watch the dub, so it's, you know, a few episodes behind, but I'm sure we could have a dubs versus subs war as anytime subs versus dubs is brought up, but I'm dyslexic, so I watch dubs, so there's my excuse. But yeah, Dan Dan's great. I'm a fan. I almost didn't watch it. But I'm glad I gave it a shot. There's like 3 different types of checks on the story at the same time. If you really want to watch the most crazy stuff, you should watch literally anything Studio Trigger makes, like Kill la Kill or Gurren Lagann or like Promare. Those are the nuttiest things. Or alternatively, what's it called? Like My Ordinary Life, Nikajo or something. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce words that aren't English, but that one's buck wild. Subtitles all the way. Yeah, I just can't read. I personally hate how there's like a stigma around it. I think it's great that people have their own opinions and like their own preferences, but not a fan of the sort of gatekeeping around that. You know what I mean? You don't like anime for real if you're not watching it with the sub. Sure made Dungeon Mesh and Cyberpunk. Yeah, I guess those are not necessarily buck wild, right? But you know what I mean. Those ones in that style specifically. I'm assuming it has like a specific producer, right? The Trigger or not Trigger. I don't know. Some of their more ridiculous ones have sort of a style to them, right? And that's kind of what I was referring to. But you're right. Trigger's done a lot of more other things. I just wasn't thinking. Or like their Star Wars episode they did that was buck wild too for Visions. Is it Visions? Is that what it's called? I don't know. Yo, Tuna. Thank you for the follow. I've heard dubs in games, but subtitles in animes. I often mishear what characters say, so there's always need subtitles. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I can always see doing both. Yeah, like I said, I don't mind if people what they like, you know. If you like what you like, it's fine. I just think there shouldn't be like the sort of gatekeeping around it. It's like, why? Oh, you like the thing I like, but you don't like it. You don't like it in the way I like it, so you're wrong. One of the few things I'm opinionated on, and it's I'm opinionated on the fact that you shouldn't be opinionated about this thing. That's how I feel. But yeah. Here we are. Farming Bitcoin. Yes. Do it. You can get nice things like a drawing, or you can take my hat off. I mean, if someone has nothing better to do than gatekeep freaking subtitles and dubs, then that says more about them than you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. It's just one of those things because it just comes up too often. I think it's like becoming less and less of a thing because anime is becoming more and more like mainstream, but like, I don't know. I think it also kind of like bothers me just because like it's something that like I probably wouldn't get into it as much if it weren't for the fact like that it's dubbed. But yeah, you know, here we are. Oh, how dare you like the thing I like in a wrong way? How dare you? Yeah, right. Like that's just how I feel about it. It's like, ugh, it hurts me. I'm saving up for a doodle. Ooh, I'm also saving up for a doodle. 8.2K. I'm surprised you don't, honestly, that you haven't actually gotten one yet, Angus. Kind of surprising to me. I guess you haven't been like on as often, but like still. I think most people who hate dubs have only watched like a second of an actual dub and decide to hate it to feel special. I think it's just like people can't get over the like anime sort of like the way in which animes are dubbed, right? Like, because it's not like exactly the same as like you would dub a normal thing, right? It's definitely dramatized a bit to kind of match the sort of energy, right? Which I think then kind of people take a certain kind of way, you know? And then just like, oh, it's bad. It's bad. Like most of the people say it's like dubs are bad. And I think a lot of people who think dubs are bad also were people who tried it when dubs were bad. Like back when they weren't good. You know, like they used to not be good, right? I can agree with that. Or at least like they used to not be as good. But I think that they've gotten much better and they've taken it more seriously, you know, whatever. We're just gonna do this. There we go. Like dub voice acting is generally worse than the original voice acting. People who hate dubs honestly are generally stupid, but overall dubs are bad. Wait, sorry, I missed some stuff. Oh, I meant, okay, yeah, I'll get there. Okay, yeah, I meant, yeah, Tuna, you'll get there. Like dub voice acting is generally worse than the original voice acting. I don't like, I guess I kind of get it. Like I get the saying that, but it's like if you don't know the language, like I don't think like it's necessarily a good, like how do you even know that? You know, like the energy might be more correct, I guess, but like if you don't actually know what they're saying, I don't know. In earlier days it was way worse, nowadays it's better, and then depending on the people making the dub, the amount of care put into it, the dub can be better. It's just not, this goes for not just anime, but for movies and TV shows in general. Yeah, true. If you want to type, I'd rather just pick up the manga. There you go. I get that. Honestly, I probably should pick up mangas, but I prefer just watching stuff for some reason. I don't know, it's just more of what I like, I guess. But not truly, like there are a lot of, like I do read a lot of comics on my phone, but they're mostly like webtoons, which are now starting to get made into like anime and stuff. But I don't know, it's interesting. How far behind are we? Theoretically, if you want the full experience, just learn Japanese. There you go. I know a teeny bit, and I should probably learn the rest of the way at some point. Like Nausicaa, the Valley, the Wind is 1,000 times better in a manga. Interesting. You understand the inflection energy is the emotion behind the lines. Yeah, it's true. And again, modern dubs are fine enough, but damn, they were bad. Yeah. They definitely used to be worse, right? They definitely used to not be good. And I get why people wouldn't like them, but I don't think there's a reason to just like hate on them just because, you know, whatever. But I guess I kind of get it, because like it's sometimes like one of those scenarios where it's like, oh, let's both watch this anime together, and then you're like, well, I have to listen to the dub. And it's like, no, but I have to listen to subs. And it's like, okay, well, I guess we can't listen to this together. So that's where like the contention probably comes through, but it's just like, I don't know. Here we are. Oh, well, what can you do? I really don't know why I'm drawing this all on the, this doesn't need to be drawn. Like most of this is going to be hidden. I don't know why I'm going ham on it, but here we are. Because probably one day I'll regret not having the full card art for some reason. Like, oh, I need this for promotional stuff. Or like I need to do it for like a video and I need the rest of the image. I'll be like, ah, dang. I didn't draw the art. But here we are. You read Cast Off? I have not. I felt like reading manga because I just want to lay down and stare at a singular point while I'm consuming content. I agree. I can agree. Watching no not whoa. I don't. Hold on. I feel like I know what that is, but I don't know it translated or. My Japanese honorable mention. Japanese is my Japanese is horrible. Oh, I was like, why did I read honorable mention? Like what? Oh, this is you're saying something. You're trying to say something in Japanese. Sorry, my brain was like half not here. Don't listen to me. Anyway, I'm so far behind, y'all. We watched Dexter, the show about the serial killer who kills serial killers. Yes, I have. It's been forever since I've seen it though. Oh, I forgot, y'all don't download your movies anime. I try not to, mostly just because I like to support the artists. But you know, maybe I shouldn't with, you know, money. Well, honestly, at this point, I just need to be making money and not. I'm pretty frugal compared to most people I know. So I probably just need to start making more money. So in all seriousness, if someone needs an editor, let me know. Hopefully you can afford me. The thing I don't like about subs is sometimes I pick up on bad translation. There you go. Yeah, finding something both English and dub subs might like is impossible. Yeah. That's all I got against subs. Whenever I watch something with my dad, we aren't native English speakers. I also see translation errors and I fix them for him. That's funny. Cast Off is a cool webtoon, fancy. It's probably more your jam. It's pretty good though. Nice. Recently, I'll have to take a look at it actually. Let me pull it up. Off webtoon. I probably have seen. Oh yeah. We talked about that. Yeah. I need to. You said the person does YouTube stuff. Yeah, I need to check them out. I know you've mentioned them before. I should just add it to my list. You know, let me not close this tab, and then I will remember to add it. Recently started on season 4 right now, but I'm so confused on how it's still going. It's become one of my favorite shows, though. I find it hilarious. Yeah, it definitely got kind of ridiculous and weird and whatever, but you know, first few seasons were good from what I remember, but I didn't get like super far. So, Frugal Bro, we know about your $2K a month subscription to Nautical Weekly magazine. It's true. Honestly, it's more like my $60 subscription to freaking Adobe. because my student discount ran out. And man, I'm too deep in it to not have it at this point. Maybe I should just go somewhere else with it, but ooh, I did slightly wrong. Watching no. I don't know what I'm saying, so I'm not gonna read it out loud. You could just be like saying something racist and just kidding. I have no idea what you're saying. I'm assuming it's something nice. I'm gonna hope it's something nice. Just use paint. Problem solved. So true. My Japanese is poor. Oh. Oh, it's the classic, like, no habla español. I wouldn't do that to you. I don't know, Thunder. Gotta watch out for Thunder. I don't know. How are we feeling about this? Me English bad. Yes, no hablo. No hablo. No able. No habla. It's like the scene from what's it called? Inglorious Bastards, where he's like, Buongiorno. That was a wild movie. Kind of hilarious that all improvement AI this year just being used mostly for racism. There's so many racist AI videos. Honestly, yeah, a lot of that stuff is just, they're just throwing random crap at, I don't know. It's used for a lot of dumb stuff, for sure. I drew this wrong. What? How did I do that? Hold on. Oh, this is just shouldn't be here. Hold on. I drew it bad. I drew it bad. I'm liking the card, but I didn't care what the idea behind it was. Missed that part. Grot suggested a entangle card, so a spell that disables an old god card, and if you kill the card while it's disabled, it doesn't trigger its negative death effect. So it's a spell. We do need more spells, so that's the idea. Gringo, apparently, is the bad part. This one's called El Gringo. Diablos by some Mexican pigglers. Edmund, how could you? But I'm white. Also like the card idea too. Yeah, I think it's a good one. A solid idea. We don't have anything that disables old god cards, so we should. I don't understand how I was. The surge AI, it's getting progressively harder to find real content, like Stream, PlayStation, other gaming platform, Steam, PlayStation, and other gaming platforms filled with AI slop and AI videos, shorts. YouTubers slowly gaining more traction. I block AI channels. I hate them out. Yeah, some of them are really, really obnoxious. I think AI. You know, it's definitely too easy to make like dumb crap for sure, but I don't think there's really anything to do about it at this point. Genie's out of the bottle, you know. But obviously there should be restrictions and stuff, but there can't really be restrictions on like AI content on, you know, platform like that. At least I don't think. Nothing enforceable eventually. But it's useful, but slaving away making dead internet slap dead internet theory be level BS. Yeah, for sure. Because like honestly, AI can be incredibly useful. It is a very, very powerful tool. I mean, like technically, I use it all the time when I'm doing art stuff, right? Like if I want to do like a content aware fill, that's literally AI, right? It's been AI for a long time. Just wasn't called that until people, you know, decided it was a buzzword, right? It's incredibly useful technology. It is a very, very powerful, good tool, but it is used for the wrong things, for sure. Started over progress on stream chat. Okay, let's show. Oh, it's your moon thing that you're doing. Looks good though. Look at that. Look at those planets. Sucks you lost that progress. I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, looking good. I like it. Nice work. Ooh, pretty. You can put restrictions on AI content, but YouTube loves money. True. I mean, yeah, I guess you can like, you know, metadata stuff you can do stuff with, but you know, eventually people just won't want it anymore, I think, and then it might go away, but at the same time, you can only restrict it so much because like it is going to become a tool that's used for everything. So I don't know. There's only so much you can do, in my opinion. But my hope is that, well, AI is going to like make this sort of stuff, like what I'm doing right now, kind of irrelevant, right? Not irrelevant, but like it makes it more difficult for artists to do art things. But I think it also empowers artists to do things further than they used to. So like at some point, yeah, I probably like there is the scary thought that like, you know, AI like art replacing artists or editors or whatever, but a lot of time it does require one, work, and B, you can use those tools to create something even bigger. Like I could do like a feature length film if I just, you know, use art to, or like AI to like potentially work off of some existing sort of thing. Of course, it won't necessarily be good, but you can't, like, that technology is improving at such a rapid pace that we're probably gonna have like some crazy stuff. I mean, I've seen like, oh, make an audiobook about like an AI podcast about whatever, and it's like, okay, this is actually a thing that can happen. I don't know, it's all crazy. I'm just kind of rambling, to be honest, but Out of the bottle. Good luck getting it back in. Yeah. I'm way far behind. What are we talking about? We're talking about AI and drawing this card. There's a gigantic data center wasting megawatts of energy, making Pompey and Jax go to the dentist. There you go. Usually, whatever. Yeah. Usually go backgrounds similar to this for everything. There you go. That's cool. I like it. The tool can be used for great things, very powerful, but also accessible to people who will get into surface level posts for everything. Agreed. It's just what I'm comfortable with. Yeah, no, totally. That's totally understandable. Companies are fighting back, and there is precedent that people aren't allowed to copyright AI material. Yeah, I think that's like one of the bigger issues is like stealing content and putting into your AI, but I don't think that argument's going to win, unfortunately. Because you can just you can get your own open source AI and dump whatever information you want into it, and that's just not policeable. But unless we just start watermarking everything you create as yours, which probably should do anyway, but once AI actually becomes intelligent, it should only be handled by authorities. The problem is unqualified people, because I think it would be net negative to have it be publicly accessible. I don't know if I like the biggest reason I don't agree with that is because I don't think the authorities are any better at dealing with stuff than you know, experts maybe, but authorities aren't necessarily good at doing stuff, right? You know, the government isn't necessarily the best always, you know. I don't want to get too political, but yeah, just because the you know, it's in the hands of like, you know, the government doesn't actually mean it's going to be a policed well, right? With AI, with AI as is, learn to code is going to change to learn to farm. There you go. Apparently, OpenAI doesn't even have a concrete plan for where when AI becomes intelligent. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, things should be figured out for future stuff, for sure. There should be plans. It shouldn't be just like, we're just gonna do whatever. But I think most people don't believe that it can be intelligent, or we're not even like close to that. But it's like, I don't know. Hard to say. Depends on what you define as intelligence. And I think we're still like trying to figure that out with, you know, people. Just wait until AI demands rights to its creations. There you go. That's so funny. True. But by that point, we could grow more conscious of society to choose better authorities. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like human nature that like has to improve at that point. And like, I don't know how much I believe that, like, I mean, I think people can improve, but like, that's like a hard, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I think that there's, like, can we truly get rid of bad people, you know, faster than AI is going to be intelligent? I don't know. I feel like real artificial intelligence is still fairly far away in the future. Definitely a slippery slope, though. I don't know. It's improving so fast. Makes me what makes right someone is going to weaponize it. That freaks me out. Yeah, I mean, it's already probably being weaponized, right? Like, I'm sure it's in like weapons technologies and stuff like that. Oh, crap. I missed some spots. Green. Green. Or should I do it like more of like a tan vine? Maybe? Just to keep it looking different from growth. That is our biggest concern. Oh crap. I do some of that on the wrong layer. Sure did. Darn tootin'. X. Nope. Nope. X. Control Shift V. Merge layers. I feel like people have generally gotten kinder over the last couple of decades. A good question. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. It's an interesting thought. I wonder if that's true. You know, like we still have wars and crap, but it's like, I don't know. You have, you know, bad people for sure, but I wonder what the general kindness of the population is. That'd be an interesting study. Am I drawing on the wrong layer? Yep. Artists are poisoning art, and recent movies have warning AI companies can't be used for training data. Yeah, that's like, I think that's definitely something that should be enforced, but it's like, again, when you have open source AI, it's kind of impossible to enforce that. But I don't know. That's just my opinion. Not around me. COVID and politics have proved that to me that not trying to invite political. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of I would be curious to know if things have technically gotten less, like people have gotten kinder, or if that's true or not. But yeah. Song check. This is sorry, song. This is Into the Fight Pit again. Project Drummer. Yo, what's this? Card art? Yes, we're doing this is a spell for, well, you know, it's work in progress. It's a spell for my game, Armies Against Entropy. It'll look something like this. We're still I can show you some of the examples. First of all, welcome in. Thank you for being here. Gonna be similar to this one, but yeah, these are some of our spell cards. It is a co-op trading card game. Yeah, we're doing card art. What we do around here. We're working on some of our beta cards right now. There's some of the ones we've been working on recently. But yeah, we're just working on a few spells, or a spell currently, but hey, sick, what to do. This one is going to disable some of the enemy card. Some of the enemy's cards. So basically, it will turn it off, and then if you defeat them before they become re-enabled, right? It disables them for a turn, and before they come re-enabled, it doesn't cause their defeated effect to trigger. So if they have any sort of negative defeated effect, it won't be triggered by the spell. Can't remember if we talked. I'm barely on Twitch lately, but in my follow, wait, you were in my follows, but you were doing currently for the game. Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, I think I just I feel like I was gonna say, I feel like I wasn't sure if I saw you or not, but I do. I guess it didn't say first time chatter, right? Oh no, here you are. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at your messages. Yeah, you were here once before. I'm sorry for not remembering. My bad. But yeah, thank you for coming on in. Thank you for coming back. Yeah, that's what this card is. It's like a snare kind of thing. Yeah, I think it's gonna be called like Entangle or something like that. Not Scum just as guilty. No worries. When are you doing playtest next? Good question. I'm like so far behind on work. I've as you know, I've been kind of stressed out and just trying to figure out stuff. And I'm kind of behind on a lot of my video stuff, so probably not this week. Maybe next week. I really got to work on the how to play video for this, so yeah, let me hold on. Sorry, let me refresh my memory about you, Project. Or do you prefer drummer? I don't know. You're also working on a game, right? Right. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Just had to refresh. I'm really usually pretty good with remembering people, but it's like one of those, like, usually to like remember a name to a face, I have to see a face, you know? And with this, it's like it's difficult on stream to like remember everyone. Smokestacks or no? Yes or no? Yes. Gotta go. Sean Pond, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Either or my stage persona. I'm enjoying the holiday. I'd be at work right now otherwise. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a music-based TCG. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think I was just reading through and I read that. Very cool. This is the wrong layer yet again. It's the wrong layer yet again. It's nice that you can read. I can read through chat history. Sometimes it helps me remember things. We need. Oh, an ad starting. I guess we're gonna keep going. Wow, we've got 10 people on here. Give me just a few minutes. We're gonna do an ad break, and then I'll be back in 3 minutes. BRB.
I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game can. We had the exact same issue in Soul, and for that reason we came up with this design philosophy. The mechanics should never encourage a meta or perfect strategy. Players should never be able to repeat an action or a set of actions ad nauseum. And that's where the deck building mechanics come in. At the start of combat, a player will only have 6 cards, likely meaning they won't always be able to perform their best action and have to adapt to what's given to them. Even in the case of attacking with their weapon, they may only have so many basic actions, forcing them to use some sort of other action. Not only is this good for allowing players to have a diversity in actions, but it will also make combat encounters more interesting as a whole. Not only does a player have to overcome their abilities of their enemy, but also adapt to the abilities available to them. Now this one arguably will have to be tested, but again, you've likely encountered a scenario in other games like D&D where a wizard-type character sits there for 3 minutes digging through their character sheet and trying to find what spell will work in this specific situation. With a limit on the cards, a player will only be able to choose the actions that are in front of them, which should limit their options and allow the game to run a little more smoothly. For our last example, how many times in an RPG have you used an ability on an enemy, or group of enemies, that causes a status effect, like a burn, or poison, or sleep, and have forgotten to apply it each turn, or forgotten which one of your enemies is affected by it? Or how many times has your character yourself been affected by a status effect, and forgotten the next time your turn rolls around? This problem is solved using cards. Look at a game like Slay the Spire. When you're affected by a status, it's shuffled into your deck, and then when you draw that card, it's applied to you. This is exactly how it works in Soul. Say you're lit on fire. A burn card will be added to your deck, and upon drawing it, you'll take that damage. This way, a player will never forget to apply this status effect when it's on their turn. There may be other ways that these changes help the game, but I just haven't discovered them yet, and I'm excited to see what they may be. Anyway, thanks for watching, and whoa. Hold on, Nathaniel, I hear you say. Didn't you say in your design philosophy video you didn't want a game with heavy mechanics? And isn't a deck builder super mechanically heavy? Not only that, but tabletop RPGs are supposed to allow players to do anything they want. This seems a bit restrictive. And if you are in fact saying that, you would be right. Anyway, thanks for watching, and okay, fine. Okay, fine. I'll explain myself. All right. Well, I realize a deck builder is mechanically heavy. At some point, a role-playing game has to be an actual game, like the game part. And I feel in this case, it's worth the risk. It just means I'm gonna have to be even more careful when designing my abilities in such a way to promote roleplay and avoid nitty-gritty mechanics-based abilities. For instance, abilities allow you to draw more cards, or even use abilities for free. Well, a few abilities like this could be good. Allowing players to infinitely draw cards, like a Shiv build in Slay the Spire, might end up being a little bit much. And as for a player not being allowed to do what they want, yeah, that's also true. However, I like to think of this system like the options your character can come up with in any given moment. That being said, I do have some mechanics planned that circumvent this issue rather than me just using a narrative explanation. For one, if a player's not in combat, they can use an ability at any time, allowing diversity in roleplay without any consequences. As for in combat, a player can do what I'm calling a focus draw. This spends a concentration to allow a player to dig through their deck and pick out a specific card. This will allow players the freedom to do what they want, coming at a bit of a cost. However, this unfortunately isn't enough on its own. As suppose a player has 3 concentration and wants to draw a 3-cost card. They're required to spend 1 concentration to focus draw the card, meaning they only have 2 concentration left. Now, if I allow cards to persist...
Had to grab myself some protein. Welcome back. Thank you. Sorry for chewing. Yeah. I think we probably should like kind of a darker sort of look to it, and then maybe make the vines kind of glow. Should we make each thorn like a different color? I feel like it would look good, but I also not sure I want to take the time to color every single thorn. What are our thoughts if we did something like this? You know what I'm talking about? Do you really want to take that kind of time? Holy moly. Realized my hamburger meat was expired today, so I had to eat 8 hamburgers and would explode. I think if you cook it, it kind of extends that shelf life. You actually have to eat all 8 of them at once. Maybe just single shade letters so they pop. They pop. Yeah, like that kind of thing, right? Or like a single shade. I think when you have them all, I think right now this is fine, like as far as shades go. Okay, here we go. We're gonna do it. Sort of like a tannish color, right? Honestly, it's not that bad because I do have this as a clipping mask, so I can kind of like be more crazy with it. I mean, I would eat 8 hamburger patties in a day just because they're good. Yeah, honestly, I'm making hamburgers for dinner, I think. To be fair, I could eat probably an infinite number of hamburgers in my life. Like, if I only could eat hamburgers for the rest of my life, I probably could. But not if they're leftover. I think I would have to eat fresh ones if I had them for the rest of my life. But if someone's like, you cannot eat 3-day-old burgers the rest of your life, I'd probably pick a different one. How do y'all feel about that? Opinions? Scalloped potatoes. Now you're talking my language. Honestly, I prefer burgers over steak. I know that might be crazy, but that's how I feel. And I won't apologize for it. Yeah, what's this? It looks cool. It's gonna be a spell. This is gonna be Entangle, which disables an old god card, and if you kill the card before its disablement ends, which would be 1 turn, it does not trigger its negative death effect. It was Grot's idea. Over the course of the day, I've ate them in groups of 4. They were fairly small, but can't usually eat a lot. I was gonna say, you shouldn't have to eat all 4 of them unless they're expiring today, as in like was the meat expiring and then you cook them, or was it... Because once you cook something, it kind of extends its shelf life. As long as it's not like growing mold on it, right? I'm not wrong in thinking that, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe wrong, but I didn't know about the cooking tip. I could be wrong. Hold on, let's ask ChatGPT or some others. Well, we'll just ask ChatGPT. If I need to know, burger meat is going is going to be expired. If I cook it, will it extend its shelf life? Wow, using ChatGPT, not a real chef. It would make sense since it kills the bacteria. Cooking it does kill the bacteria on the surface and inside, since the ground meat. So yes, cooking it before it spoils can extend this how long the shelf life is to eat. Once ground meat is cooked about 3 to 4 days in the refrigerator, or once cooked, the ground meat lasts for about 3 or 4 days in the refrigerator. Important, if it already smells sour, feels slimy, or is turned gray brown in a bad way, cooking it won't make it safe. Yeah, actually, I saw something about this the other day about a different example. Like if it's going bad, right? So like say you have, I think it was like say you have soup, right? And it's going bad and you reheat it, you cook it, you boil it, right? Technically, that doesn't fix it because the bacteria have already created like toxins in the food. And so that doesn't actually unbacteriify it. However, the first time you cook it, as long as it hasn't gone bad, it's fine. So it kind of extends the shelf life. Granted, I think there's a lot of things that are like overzealous about that kind of thing too. I'm on the wrong layer. Whatever, it's fine. Like technically you could probably get away with like letting things go longer, technically, you know. A lot of that gets a little bit too like, oh, you can't eat this. But the rules are there for a reason, because sometimes you can get sick, right? Because it's not worth taking eating the, you know, spending $10 to spend $1,000, spend $10,000 in the hospital, right? Using ChatGPT, not a real chef. Yeah, let me call up a real chef real quick. I feel like it's not even a chef thing. That's more like a scientist thing. Where's Bean? He knows biology. Not to keep that in mind in the future. Don't stuff myself, thanks. Yeah, definitely fact check me on it. But yeah, that's from past experiences. If you're like the use by date, usually I think that means like cook by, right? So then you can keep it for a bit longer after the, you know, leftovers keep it a little bit longer. But keep it hot, like good chili, cook it over days, or a good sauce. Yeah, I was gonna say if you cook something for a long time, you'll be fine, right? Update in Discord, let's see. Oh, I totally missed that. Ooh, skyship. Skyship. That's cool. I like that. Looks awesome. Heck yeah. Yeah, I like the fog in the foreground too. That really helps like make it feel solid. Good work, Grot. I like it. Looks cool. Is this for something, or are you just having fun with art? Never drink alcohol, but I love putting wine in my bolognese sauce. Bolognese. Yeah, fair. I forgot you're an American and you need to pay $10K at the hospital. I mean, not necessarily, because like insurance, right? But insurance is also expensive, so there's a whole gambit of issues there, but Brock gave me the idea that for dried chickpea candy bites. Ooh, that sounds delicious. That's gotta be a YouTube thing, right? Someone like just does AI recipes. That's gotta be a thing, right? If it isn't, someone needs to make that a thing, because that would be like easy money. I cook a recipe that AI made up. Yeah, the little bits on the under. That's quite the idea. I'm just saying, those would be good YouTube videos. Someone should do that. I'm sure it exists. I'm telling you right now, it exists. It's like those things where like people are like, oh, there's a AI like dress and we made it look like we made it for real, you know? I mean, that's kind of like the best part about AI is like ideation. Like it's the best, like one of the best parts about the tool. Or and how it should be used, but that would be a good way to do videos. When I was broke, when I broke my finger, slammed it into the front door. Yes, I know, genius me. It was like 100 euros. Yeah, I mean, technically with insurance, it could be that cheap. Probably not, but yeah. There's a lot with insurance here. Like, I don't know. I'm debating on how much to dive into this topic. Because I do have I don't know if it's just a me thing, but can hear you twice. Anyone else? Is it because you still have YouTube open? Test. It shouldn't be that way, but everyone let me know if there's like weird doubling of my sound. I could just pretend that there's doubling of my sound. It's multiplying. I think it might be a you thing, but maybe not. Should I just listen to my own stream? Test. It's fine to me. Yeah. The you thing. Try restarting your browser. Best advice I can give. Or I'm so powerful that all my stream is working. And then I kind of think just like a maybe a glow around the vines and then call it a day. Well, maybe not quite, because I feel like it would be good to have some shading on the vines as well. I think we might do a technique that I don't do very often, which is do a multiply layer of darkness, and then erase away at it so it's mostly shadow. I don't know. Let's see how it works. I think it might be too much. Maybe not. Maybe it's cool. Drawing kind of looks like Imperial Navy cruiser from 40k because not my intention. Okay, if I change it, you know. Let's see. Oh wait, no. There you go. I gotcha. I don't know. I think it's fine. I feel like most like industrial sort of ships kind of look like that, right? I do get the feeling of that where it's like this looks exactly like something that exists. Maybe I shouldn't keep it that way, but I do understand the feeling. I don't think you necessarily have to do that though. I just can do an outer glow, right? Oops. Outer glow, outer glow, outer glow. I also don't mind the blue. Let's try green. Green's kind of cool. Thoughts? Queries? Inquiries? Opinions? His poor endling, yeah, true. So far, he says. Looks good so far. Does that mean it needs something? Stay on Discord. Let's see it. Look in the detail. Looks good. Yeah, look at that. Pretty sick. I don't know why it doesn't let me pan over, but you know, here we are. there, I suppose, is what the... Nah, I think it's unique enough. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I mean, it looks like a real ship, right? Like, real ships look like that sort of shape. I wouldn't feel too bad about that. What does it need is the question if we leave it. I mean, we could make the endling look like pink or something. But I kind of like a greenish overlay. But we could also do like a magenta overlay. Yeah, the idea that Endling was just going to be kind of a silhouette like most other spells. I think a slight color overlay would be good, though. What's the mechanic of this one? This one disables an old god card. And if you kill the card before it dies, it does not trigger its death effect. On Discord, the 40k ship I'm thinking about. I think I saw it in your reference, right? Or was that different? Okay. No, I see it. Like I said, I wouldn't worry about it. Oh, cool, yeah. Because, like, if we look at all the other spells, they're generally not turbo detailed. You know what I could do? Like, they're usually kind of silhouettes, right? We could make it more like this, right? Where it's kind of got this sort of effect going on. Let's try it. Triangle eyes are angry eyes. I get done. At least not like that. It might work in general, but maybe something like that, honestly. I'm thinking of doing something like a ship is flying toward camera, like sort of POV of another ship being fired at. Ooh, that'd be cool. Hi. Hello, you're very sweet. Give me headbutts in the legs. Very sweet kid. I like have damage on the ships, things like scorch, impact marks, fire marks. I mean, that'd be pretty cool, I think. I would say. It depends on how much work you want to put in, right? Put this. Why do you do this to yourself, Beats? Why do you put things on layers that you're not supposed to? I guess I was supposed to put it on there. I guess endlings have more than... I think this might be it. I think it's good enough. Endlings technically have more than one eye. Or 2 eyes, rather. I think this is it. Oh, I've not saved it yet. Classic. Spells. What do we call this? Entangle? This is the spell. It's done. That's my song. I know, beautiful, right? Okay. Should we get it implemented then, I guess? I think it's detailed enough like this. Yeah, right. When you're this is it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you... Yeah, there it is. I don't think you need to add any more necessarily, right? Like, especially like when it's far away, I don't think you need to add like necessarily too many details. You could just like add like some like scorch marks in the coloring if you want, but I wouldn't necessarily feel like you have to do it for the actual details itself. Just kind of like a little bit of like texture, right? When you're done. Yeah, anyway, let's export this. PNG. And then we can actually import it into the game. First, we're gonna need to word, like how to word this. So it's called Entangle. Disable an OG card of your choice. Probably discluding the OG itself. AKA Old God for anyone who's like, who are you talking about? The OG. Disable an Old God card of your choice. choice, I guess, for 1 turn. If this card is destroyed before it is active again, then it's, I think it's negative defeated effect and NDE, maybe? Actually, I think it's like NGDE. I think neutral is NDE. Whatever, I can't remember. The original gangster problem, right? And its negative death effect will not trigger. Cool. It's like NGDE isn't actually a real word, by the way. Guys. Okay, new. Insert below. It is a spell. There will be a singular copy. It is called Entangle, but I did not copy that. Oh, we do need a cost for this one. What is the cost of disabling an old god card? Disabling one of your own cards? Maybe? It does need a cost. So far, why cost? Because every spell has a cost. Disabling a land kind of fits. Doesn't seem that strong. I mean, then it can be a small cost. Disabling a card is also pretty powerful. Arguably. Like, if you disable a land... Yeah, I guess that's true. You disable one of your own cards for banishing them, so disabling is probably a little strong, like, too strong. But banish also doesn't trigger positive death effects, so... There are a few that don't have effects, but I think usually they have some sort of restriction on them, right? Like, Barrage of Magic Missiles can only kill something 4 power level or lower. So it's only good at killing lower level threats. Kill 2 minion units on a dude. Yeah, I mean, it could be that. I think that's probably too weak, though. Disabling is pretty strong. Like, if you disable one of their land card, like their wastelands, then you could potentially like be preventing the old god from drawing like two cards that turn, or 3 minions. We actually don't have any that just remove units as a thing. Maybe we could just do that. It makes sense to entangle a volcano. Volcano, not necessarily, but like you could. This is Bean's art still. Like say, volcano doesn't have a negative death effect, but something like, well, volcano does, yeah. I mean, it plays a minion, right? Or abyss would be like a huge one to disable. If you don't have 5 units, but that makes it so it's like a unit cost kind of sucks for it, right? Move all units from one of your lands or something. I'm not sure what crime is worth the punishment here, you know? What punishment is worth the crime? No. I'll think about it for half a second. I have 7 Discord notifications. I know it probably actually isn't that many, but I usually try to clear them as they come up. I'm trying to be good about not caring. You know what I mean? Okay. It's gonna be called Entangle. You also can use this not on your turn, so this is also extremely powerful because you can play it before the old god actually draws cards from it. So if it's like a minion wasteland. What is let me look at some of these. I do get your point though, Grot, that it's banished removes or disables a card, so it feels like it should be something less than this. Demolish plays 1 less card per turn, which is insane. Pretty bad negative effect, but can be worth it. When this card is played, destroy volcanoes trigger or volcanoes. Destroy wastelands triggered. Card. Yeah. It could be units. I'm wondering if like the problem is destroying units. Yeah, I think that's probably about right. Because disabling your hero is arguably worse than disabling your land, because heroes, what's it called? Heroes can attack, right? Typically, so and are going to be attacked last. So I agree. I'll go with it. I concur. What's this thing called? We're just gonna copy the wording from Banish from Existence. Sorry if this isn't like the best visual experience here. Then just change hero to land. I can agree with that. Anonymous. Well, first Han. I was like, oh, why is it not showing up? But it's because I didn't do it right. We need to add the art first of all. Add the art into Dexterous. Let me go to full display so you guys can actually see what's going on. I apologize. Should also stop slouching. Player cards. This is a spell. I should drop it into the correct folder. Spell. I need to rename these folders, but it's too late now, you know? If I rename them, I have to rework my entire spreadsheet, and I kind of just don't feel like it for something that's kind of just, I don't know. It's just not worth it, you know? For some reason, there's always a space there that messes everything up. Okay. And then we have to go into here. And then we have to go to here. And we have to zoom out because I can't see anything. Reset. We go here and we copy this and we drag this all the way down to here. And then we go into here and then we go here and then we go here. And then finally refresh the CSV. And in theory, it should be there, but it's not. Which means we just have to wait a minute for it to work. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, it should be showing up, but it's not. It's crazy. I've hardly played with any of these cards. The only ones I think I've played with are these two lands. Because they kind of work for the God of Devotion. I kind of think I don't know if I like Church of the Radiant Dawn anymore, but its base effect is fine, but its active effect kind of feels weird to me. Because base effect, players gain 1 unit before getting attacked. Player cards gain 1 unit before getting attacked, which is pretty dang nice. It's super strong. Kind of like the Cleric, but without having to have the build up for it. Attacked by monsters specifically. Minions, it doesn't count. Its active ability, remove 4 units from the card, swap your gods with another ally player. It's cool, but also, like, I don't know how worthwhile it actually is. It's been a while since I colored something. Honestly, I have no idea where to start. A base color. I mean, for me personally, there's usually 2 trains of thought on that. Like, let me explain. There's usually 2 trains of thought. I am of the just adding shadows and highlights. But it depends on if you seem like you do more of like a painterly style. I'm no like expert at this, so you know, again, I'm no expert, but I play one on TV, you know. If you have an object and you want to color it, right? You could do like a painterly style. You might do something different. I don't usually do painterly sort of stuff. Typically my coloring looks something like this, right? I will take a brush and I will decide where the light is coming from, right? You go, okay, well, the light is coming from, you know, I don't know, from above, coming from here. Light's coming from here. So that's like your most important thing. So it's like, okay, well, this object will need light. I'll take like a brush and I'll, you know, apply the light to it. So maybe a bit here, right? Usually I'll do like some sort of blend mode for that. You like soft light, or maybe I'll leave it and I'll, you know, make it a less opaque or something. But usually I'll do like a light, right? And then, you know, you go the opposite side and do a shadow. Usually that's how I play. I just paint with light, right? How I play, how I do, whatever, same words. And then usually do like a multiply layer and then do colors on the other side. Now this is my sort of style. I do my stuff, right? Like you also can like do little tiny extras on top of that. You could do like a rim light. Hopefully this is actually helpful. I'm kind of just doing a tutorial for no reason. If not, you know, do like a edge light, right? And you can probably do something like make that an add layer. That's a little much, but I don't know. Like a harder edge light. We also use that the lasso tool for some cool stuff for that. Only other things is a lot of time, like, because this object is like technically like you could assume it's, you know, sitting on something, right? It's like sitting on a surface, is that there would be bounce light bouncing off of here onto here. So you could also remove some of this shadow on the edge. Right? Because a lot of time the darkest spot isn't the spot directly here, unless you have contact shadows, which in which case this probably would be darker on the very bottom. Like say if this cube was sitting on the ground, right? I don't know. And again, maybe you want to play with like a little bit of whatever. That's how I typically approach my shading. You could approach it more in like a painterly style where people will like, you know, we'll have our cube, right? Just copy our cube to another group. Stop me if this is more information than you wanted or don't care about what I'm saying. But like if you want to do like a more painterly approach, a lot of time people will do you know, say I guess I can just lock the like, okay, I want this to be more this color up here, right? And then I want the bottom to be more of a darker blue. And then you can, you know, maybe use a little bit softer of a brush to do that. And then you can go like, okay, well, I want to blend these colors together a little bit. And so you sample the in-between color and then you keep sampling those as you go. It seems like that's kind of more what you do just based on looking at it. And then you can kind of get like a more painterly style. Right? And you can do the same sort of effects, like maybe you want a little bit of bounce light here. Right? So you kind of have your two sort of approaches. It's same sort of like you should be paying attention to the lighting in the same way, but yeah. That's more like how you do it. Yeah, I kind of figured by looking at it, but you also can do both. Like you could just take you could just take this sort of painterly style and also apply it to sorry. You can do a hybrid, right? Actually, let's just do it this way so I can actually show it better. You could do a hybrid. So like this is the one we had before, and then this is like the hybrid between the two. Right? You can do both. Both are very applicable, and honestly, you can get kind of cool styles with each, but personally, I like the hybrid here. But it depends on what kind of style you're going for, you know? So gotta go. Sorry, gotta go. Sorry, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. You too, Thunder. I appreciate you being here. You're a swell guy, as always. Have a great rest of your day. I probably should also be done soon, but I'm kind of just chilling at this point. Anyway, Grot, hopefully that was helpful. Basically, for me, figuring out where your light is coming from is like the biggest step for coloring. Obviously, you can pick the colors and then figure out how to like shade everything. But yeah, typically I approach it from a light perspective, and then just picking the colors themselves is like, I don't know. I guess maybe that's more what you meant. I kind of just went crazy and started just talking. I don't know. if you're having trouble with colors themselves, I would just like honestly probably look at a color palette. Is one of the best ways to kind of approach that. Or because you have such a defined background, maybe pick some colors that are like the opposite of that. Like you have very, very orange and red colors. Maybe make your ship a little bit more toward the bluer scale, so it really pops. And then you have like, you know, orange edge lighting and stuff like that. Just my 2 cents. And my unsolicited advice. Hopefully it wasn't unsolicited. But yeah, here we are. I kind of just started talking. Anyway. Now what? Are we done? I think we might be done. Let's see if this works. There we go. It is slightly too many words, technically. Disable an old god card of your choice for 1 turn, excluding the old god itself. If this card is destroyed before it is active again, then its negative death effect will not trigger. I mean, I guess it's fine. I guess instead of your choice, we could do any. For a single. Disable a single old god card. Let's see if we can make it a little more concise. Try. Disable an old god card of your choice. Disable a single old god card. I probably could use card icons, but honestly, and maybe I will. Disable a... Oh, what are my key terms here? So if I just show the icons instead, 1, it will be shorter, and 2, it won't get confusing with like people being like, well, can I disable a curse? And that's not what we really want. Disable a wasteland, ruins, is I feel like disabling a minion doesn't really help, but maybe we can just keep it in there for the giggles. Monster minion. Disable a wasteland, ruins, monster, or minion. If this card is destroyed before it is active again, the negative death effect 1. This should be its. That's why it's confused. Its negative death effect will not trigger. Okay. In theory, that's better. In practice, let's find out. It looks like just as many words, but in theory... Till next time. Goodbye. I think I already maybe read that, but, you know, here we are. Oh, we're about to hit an ad. Okay, I guess we're doing an ad. We'll probably wrap up a little bit shortly after. We'll see what this card looks like, and then we'll probably call it a day, but ads away.
I'm turning my card-based table.
Hey, I'm Beats. Physics is a tricky theme to adapt to a board game. However, to tackle it, I decided to make gravity one of the main sources of movement. At first, I thought of a Tetris-style approach where everything moves downward, but I thought that was kind of dull, so I brainstormed a bit and came up with a space concept. I could use planets and other celestial bodies to manipulate gravity in different directions. That led me to my first major card type, celestial bodies, consisting of planets, moons, asteroids, stars, and black holes. Each one has its own mass, which determines how hard it pulls things, and a directional arrow that tells you which way it pulls. They also have an energy value, which players can use to convert into power. I chose a square format so that they could be used as tiles on the board, and then digitally painted a celestial body for each of them. Up next are player cards, which I called ship components. Not sure it's really fitting anymore, but that's what I called them. They come in 4 flavors. Effectors, which did things like reduce mass or change the direction of gravity. Creators, which spawn additional celestial bodies onto the map. Propulsion systems, which give you extra movement options. And power systems, which grant you power that you can spend on more movement, or the other card types, provided you have enough. To match the sci-fi look, I decided to give these cards a hologram HUD sort of design. I'll admit I borrowed some elements from one of my other projects. Despite that, I highly recommend self-plagiarism. It may seem like cheating, but it's no different than downloading assets, and this way you can have a unique visual identity across all your games. And with that, this is Stellar Shift. At the start, players place their ships and a few celestial bodies on the map. After that is player phase, where players use ship components to move across the board and manipulate celestial bodies. And then comes the shift phase. During shift phase, each celestial body activates, one at a time from left to right, top to bottom, pulling ships based on its mass and direction. If you get pulled into a celestial body, you lose the game. After that comes the next phase, where each player will place a new celestial body somewhere on the board. The cycle then repeats until there's just one pilot left standing. Or flying, I guess. Overall, I think it turned out all right. The games are usually extremely quick, lasting 2 to 3 rounds, which is maybe a little bit too fast, but kind of a refreshing pace compared to my other games, which can last hours. And this game would also be best to be played with a chess clock or something like that to keep it from getting too tedious. If you enjoyed my part of this video, check out my YouTube channel, where I talk board games, card games, tabletop RPGs, and game design as a whole.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads, would you mind like telling us what your favorite and least favorite part of playing this was?
I'll be honest, and I hate to say this, but I don't think there was a single thing I enjoyed.
My friend Kyle and I made a game in 2 weeks for a competition, and as you can tell, it didn't go very well. But what actually went wrong? To get into that, let's start from the beginning. As I've been trying to get into more game development communities, I found myself stumbling into the homemade trading card game Discord server. And the coolest part about this server is that it hosted game jams, something that I usually thought was reserved for video games. For the uninitiated, a game jam is a competition where you have a set amount of time to make a game. Then you are given a prompt or theme to follow. Once the allotted time's over, the game is judged and you see who wins. Kind of like a 24-hour film festival or a hackathon, if you're familiar with one of those. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get into the development of our...
I think still streaming. Yes. Well, sort of. I'm pretty sure we're probably going to be done. Because I don't know if I have the energy to start something else. And I'm trying to think what else I have to do today, but I think this is pretty good. We made a card, you know. What can I say? We did a card. What else would we do? We could make more stuff, but one card a stream is about par for the course, and we went. This is already, you know, an hour and 10 minutes after the normal time, so I think we'll probably end. I've got stuff later on today anyway, and I really should get some more work done on what's it called, the how to play video. But yeah, I really should make something where I can kind of have all this just in a I don't know, better format. Because if I have to update these cards, they don't really auto update. Well, I guess these don't. Well, I don't know. It's okay to have it in tabletop, but I feel like it'd be nice to have like I don't know. I don't know if a spreadsheet's visual enough for it. Maybe this is fine. I also have to like recreate it after I update all the cards. It will be fine, unless no, I can't. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it for today. And maybe with the beta cards, I can make a bunch of blank cards. That way I can just update them. But anyway, I think that's everything. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's find someone to raid, I think. Oops, wrong thing. I don't even know what we're clicked on anymore. Full screen camera. There we go. Okay. Let's find someone to raid, and then I think we're done here. Is there anyone we're following that I'm like, yeah, we need to raid them? I mean, there's cool people, but is there anyone I'm specifically like, we need to raid them? Does anyone have a opinion on who we raid? What kind of stuff? Do you want art? Do you want game dev? Yeah, let's do actually live. Yeah, let's just raid Chirpy. Why not? He's a cool guy. Let's do it. All right, y'all. I'm gonna be out of here. We will hang out again on Wednesday. Dude, you're far too late. You had a whole 5 minutes of me wrapping up here. You had ample chance to stop me. Honestly, I don't even think I should charge you for that one. Anyway, we're raiding Chirpy. He's a cool dude. So yeah, we're gonna raid him, and then we'll I'll see you later anyway. What are you talking about? I will have a great day until I see you next. How about that? Anyway. Thank you all for being here. You have a great rest of your day as well, and I will see you Wednesday. Toodaloo. Bye. Uh-oh. I think the raid's broken. Is this not working? Did we raid? Did it work? Old. Okay, it worked. Gotcha.